ठीक।
यार सब बैठ जाओ प्लीज, खड़े मत हो। ये लो तुम्हारे ये इसमें तो एक अब लगा दो कॉलर में।
सुबह की लाली लाए AMC, शाम को रंगी बनाए IMC। सुबह की लाली लाए IMC, शाम को रंगी बनाए IMC। बन के बहारे आए।
हम बात कर रहे थे कि कैसे बहुत ही जल्द हमें स्कूल जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। क्या सच में? हाँ बिल्कुल, ये सच है और पूरी तरह मुमकिन भी है। सबके पास एक पोर्टेबल टीवी होगा, फिर शिजुका नहाते वक्त भी लेक्चर अटेंड कर सकती है और जियान आराम से गार्डन में।
साथियों,
हेलो हेलो हेलो।
to Best Presenter PPT and Quiz Competition. This mega event is being hosted by Bhopal branch of CIRC of ICAI under the banner of Student Skills Enrichment Board. Moving forward with our program, I would like to introduce our judges for the Best Presenter PPT. CA Amit Singhi sir. He is a chartered accountant, company secretary. Since 2005, he is a consultant for the World Bank and other externally aided projects as a key financial management consultant and financial capacity building consultant. We welcome you here, sir. Our second judge for the day is Ms. Jennifer Fernandez. Ms. Jennifer Fernandez has rich experience of more than 25 years in information technology and education management. Training is her passion and strength. She is a Java and Microsoft certified professional. Jennifer has trained 1,000 of students at NIIT, a leading IT education company, and trained students on managerial and employability skills. Jennifer has played a major role in establishing leading educational institutes right from scratch and also helped many schools of Central India in setting up computer-aided education and trained teachers to use technology in education. We welcome you here, ma'am. Moving forward with our program, every participant will be given 10 minutes to present their PPTs, and after 9 minutes, the first buzzer will be pressed, and on the 10th minute, 2 times the buzzer will be pressed. After that, the judges will be asking each participant the questions. So without taking much of your time, I would like to begin our program by welcoming our first PPT presenter of the day, Ms. Reshma Joy from Ernakulam.
Good morning, everyone. It's my pleasure and privilege to be here. I'm Reshma Joy, representing Ernakulam branch from Southern region. Now, I'll tell you a story which actually made me introduced to digital payment services, which is quite an embarrassing story. As usual, I got into a bus, and yeah, it was a crowded bus. The conductor arrived to take the ticket, and then I realized the fact that I didn't take my purse. Zero cash with me. So I was just picturizing me getting insulted in front of the whole crowd in the early morning, and also the fact that the QR code in the conductor's ticket machine was actually bluffing at me, because I represented that part of the community who was reluctant to shift to digital payment services because of the trust factor and fraud issues which we had. So yeah, nothing of so that happened. A stranger lady came to help me out. The point which here I have to say is that the presence of digital payment services all over the life of human, in every common man, in every daily aspects. So now let's have a discussion on how COVID-19 helps in developing digital payment systems in India. Post-COVID, India is ranked #1 in real-time digital payment services. And do you remember November 2016, Mere Pyare Deshwasiyo? What was that? Demonetization. Yes. So from the demonetization, there was an urge in promoting the digital payment services across the country. And yes, now, my dear friends, this is a $3 trillion business industry across the world. And so, yeah, even the COVID had this dreadful dead cases, the TPR rates. What COVID gifted, as if like Urvashi ka shaap upakar ho gaya, this is the good side of it in a business aspect. Now, actually, what COVID projected is the behavioral shift between the payment behavioral mechanism. And what we have to talk about is a perfect illustration which I explained to you. These guys won't be familiar to you. One represents my dad, Mr. Joy, another my uncle, Mr. George. They represent the divisional differences of how the public reacts to the change. My dad is a slow changer. Means he takes time to react to the new systems, processes, technologies, and he himself is a follower of established practices. On the other hand, my uncle he acclimatizes to changes easily. So he represented that part of the section who are very receptive to changes. So due to COVID, it took my dad COVID-19 lockdown to shift to digital payment services for him to understand that, this is a new normal. This is a new normal of the country. So likewise, COVID-19 made the whole country shift to digital payment services as to use. As a survey conducted by NPCI, that is the National Payment Corporation of India, revealed that 32% of people started using digital payment services for the first time during lockdown. So, what is the reason for COVID being as a catalyst for the digital shift? Of course, the answer is obvious: safety. The human life is of utmost importance. And complementing to safety factor, other advantages which were unacceptable during the pre-COVID times became acceptable and satisfactory to the public that because there is no best other alternative opportunity available to them. So, hence, we have seen a boom in digital payment services. And actually, COVID-19 is not it is not COVID-19's brainchild that we witnessed the digital boom. It has a long journey. The government and various stakeholders has participated and contributed such a long extent, right as the timeline says, right from the initiation in 1996 by ICICI till 2021, where India holds #1 position in real-time digital management services. We have had a great journey. And it's luckily that COVID-19 acted as a catalyst to promote the digital payment services, which Indian government already had the great aim of making India digital. Now, actually, to support what I have, we have the national statistical data from the NPCI, which determines how much the growth trajectory has witnessed in the digital payment services. The white line signifies the value of transactions. The orange line signifies the volume of transactions. So this itself shows how much the country itself has grown in digital payment transactions from Jan 2020 to August 2022. And specifically for a monthly data, you could see the trajectory of the growth in September 2022. Witnessing the growth factor, the opportunities available for such a big country for digital payment services. Now, yes, COVID has helped. COVID acted as a catalyst to develop this. What are the advantages? What are the benefits of the digital shift? A social benefit. There was a decline in the gender and age division globally from 9% to 6%. And also, 1/3 of the total population of developing countries actually used digital payment services for their digital payment transactions very first time during the lockdown. And of course, faceless, paperless, cashless economy is the aim of India. So this COVID-19, along with the lockdown issues, with the shift of digital payments, actually made us much more closer to our aim of becoming a digital paperless, faceless country. And now, how government actually exploited the opportunity of this. We have got enough conditions. We have the dreadful death cases, the TRP rates, the newspaper, the vaccination campaigns. Government was all busy with COVID relief campaigns, but yet, on the other side of it, the government concentrated on the opportunity available for the government to foster. And hence, already established programs were boosted in such a way. We have had UPI Chalega campaigns, where it was promoted to use UPI transactions in all facets of life. And even Digi Shala, a Doordarshan channel, was hosted to create awareness in the public to understand how to use. And also, there are many tax benefits associated with it. And also, Digi Shala and Digi Dhan mission, which is to promote digital awareness camps. Altogether, various stakeholders and government agencies came together to support our vision of making the country a digital payment services hub for the world. And the cash is king, but digital is divine. Not my words, but the words of RBI, the statement which RBI gave with regard to the India's economic status. And this statement, that is the cash is king, but digital is divine, actually projects India's importance which it gave to both cash and non-cash economy. Because we have a population with digital literacy lacking and which also have poor infrastructure facilities. And totally in the world, around 40% of the total world population still believe that cash is the safest security which we have. So hence to shift completely 100% to digital India is not something very easy. We have to have a collective responsibility. Rather, it's not just the government participation, it's not just the private participation. Even we, the individuals, have our own role to play. Like we can help our elders, especially the mid-age group. Like if I said about my father and my uncle, the behavioral pattern differences, the shift to digital payment services actually, it's a new change for them. So we as youngsters can help them to combat with the change, and also we can do our best. Likewise, every individual has his own role to contribute to make the country digital India. And so we have also 800,000 digital fraud cases reports every month under UPI amounting to 200 crore rupees, which reflects the fact that where we lack in cybersecurity and our infrastructural facilities. Now, is it that UPI transaction beam is gonna, ride our future? Is it that what we have to witness? Absolutely no. There are more yet to come. Neo-banks, 100% digital banks. There is no physical presence, 100% digital banks are going to come soon. And also, the Common Mobility Card, that is developed by the National Urban Development Department of the Ministry, is organizing a National Common Mobility Card, which actually serves as a common loop for the entire payment transactions of the country. And also the combination of artificial intelligence, IoT, machine learning, it's going to do wonders in our future. I'll tell you an example. Just think of a smart city, smart home concept. If you have a smart AC in your home, it will happen in such a way that the machine-to-machine transactions and the machine-to-machine conversations triggers the AC itself to make, a notification to the service center that I need repair maintenance. So that is going to happen in the near future. And yes, that is going to ride the country, the world across. Sweden has already proved to be a cashless economy. And now, out of curiosity, I wanted to have a personal experience on what the survey was all about. So I conducted a personal survey, just focusing on mid-age groups, like 30 above, to know whether my research results were effective or not. And I found brilliant results, like that's the red represents a no and a blue represents yes. So actually, the people started using the app before, post-COVID, but even if they were okay with the app, they found it difficult to attach to the cashless economy. A major population thinks that they don't want a cashless economy. And also, they still like to go to banks physically. That's what my survey results were, that shown the results. So actually, at the end of the day, we have to be relevant. So change is what we need. Thank you.
Hello Reshma, my question is that
Sir.
recently, a couple of months back, RBI has placed in their website that Vision Payments 25. The documents speaking about the Vision Payments 25.
Okay.
Are you aware of those things?
I'm not exactly, but I have read RBI's, according to complementing the Vision 2025, there was a paper of RBI regarding the, the UPI fee charges. I am only aware about that part of that.
Thank you.
So our next presenter of the day is Ms. Dharani from Vishakhapatnam.
Hello. It is working. Go.
No, what is this? Remove that, no? Oh, for that. Remote is not happening.
Press this.
Can you?
पेन ड्राइव में सेव करके पेन ड्राइव देना है लैपटॉप नहीं चेंज कराना
I gave it already, ma'am. I gave it to a girl. She's sitting there. You said it's all there in it. So the last moment it was not there. Is it fine? Right.
You have to press this.
Which
Move
one?
forward. This move forward.
Forward.
Check. Very good morning to all the dignitaries and my fellow companions from different parts of India, and also the wonderful audience. Myself, Dharani, from Vishakhapatnam, Andhra Pradesh, here to present on the topic, how 5G spectrum can help in building a better India. Well, before I answer this question, it is important for every one of us to know what is 5G and how data is actually transferred. Well, in a wireless spectrum of data transfer, say there will be a transmitter antenna and a receiver antenna, and the data between them will flow with the help of radio waves in certain frequencies. The speed with which the data is transferred depends from generation to generation of technology which has been evolving. Let me begin with 1G, the first generation technology. It was developed in the year 1981, and it has a speed of 2.4 kilobits per second. And it enabled only voice calling. And then comes 2G. It was introduced in the year 1991, and it has a speed of 64 kbps. And it enabled voice calling and also text messaging. And then comes 3G, third generation technology. It was introduced in the year 1998, and it has a speed of 2 megabits per second. No joke. And it enabled emailing, pictures, music, etc. And then comes 4G, the world in which we are living now. It was introduced in the year 2010, and it has a speed of 100 megabits per second. It enabled high video quality streaming and also more video calling facilities which we are enjoying today. Then what about 5G? 5G was introduced in the year 2018, and it has a speed of 1 gigabits per second and even up to 20 gigabits per second. That sounds so amazing. You can download 100 hours of lectures in just few seconds with this technology. This technology is already there in few countries. It's actually invented or introduced first in South Korea. But now, our very own Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji has inaugurated the launch of 5G services in India as well. Wonderful, isn't it? Well, there are certain technologies which were developed based on 5G network. I would like to speak about few of them now, beginning with virtual reality and augmented reality. Can you see that lady with a screen attached to her eyes? Through that screen, you will be transported into a completely different virtual world. You will experience everything happening there.
That means virtual reality will transport the person from the reality to virtuality. Then what is augmented reality? Augmented reality is nothing but bringing in virtuality to reality. Can you see that person? He is throwing some 3D objects in the air. To be simple, even I can present this presentation in future, maybe in the air, with all the 3D objects flowing around. It sounds so magical and impressive, and yet it is possible. And next technology, that is Internet of Things. Right, all the CA students here, I think they got it by now. We have this topic at CA interlevel in the Enterprise Information System. It is nothing but a collective network of devices. That is, the devices can communicate with each other. Let me explain this with the example of agriculture. Why not? Because India is predominated by agriculture. Let it be. Say, there is a device for agriculture. There is a device for monitoring called drone, and another device for weather forecasting, another device for fertilizers, a device for pesticides, etc. All of them are connected with the help of Internet of Things networking. Now, the information forecasted by the weather forecasting device, it will be transported to the irrigation system, and with the help of that, that system will release water into the fields. With the help of the drone monitoring system, if it finds out any rodents or pesticides in the fields, the pesticide system will throw some pesticides in that particular area according to the information given by the drone. There is very less minimal human intervention here. And next revolutionary product, self-driving cars. Not only cars, name any transportation system, train, bus, auto rickshaw, anything, you can do it in autopilot mode. Look at that person, how happily he's relaxing. I hope we all should be there in the future someday. Well, I know what you all are thinking now. Everything is sounding so fancy and expensive. How all this is going to be helpful in building a better India? Well, this can happen only if government invests in this technology for the collective benefit of everyone from the grassroots level, in the health sector, in the defense sector, and also education sector. Let us see the benefits of each sector, beginning with health sector. The doctors can operate or perform surgeries from any remote region. Yes, this can happen with the help of virtual reality and augmented reality. Recently, a doctor from Bangalore, he left his car in the traffic and ran for 3 kilometers to perform a surgery. If this technology is there, and that car he is owning is self-driven, he can happily sit in the car and operate the person from the car itself. This is really revolutionary and saving lives. And then moving on to public safety. In emergency situations like natural disasters and calamities, the navigation and rescue of the victim will get much quick and easier with the help of auto-driven helicopters and auto-driven drones. Next, moving to defense sector. Can you see that helicopter there? Right? Let us imagine that there is no human beings in it. It is auto-driven and it's a warcraft. It was sent to war with all the devices like guns and everything inbuilt. Now, can anyone tell me what is the advantage here? Yes, no life of soldiers will be lost, at least to some extent. And also it helps great for military training in creating artificial war zones with the help of virtual reality. And then moving to education sector, definitely a great revolution. I hope government should introduce augmented reality in every government school to encourage or to improve the literacy ratio of India. With augmented reality, the learning becomes so realistic and enthusiastic. And not only that, it serves as a basis for further inventions in future. It serves as a great medium for further startups in India. Then what about the GDP aspect? All the economists here, are enthusiastic to know about what is the GDP generated by this 5G services in India. By 2040, the GDP it generates will be rupees 13.4 trillion. That's a crazy number. No joke. Then, another surprising element here is, most of it comes from manufacturing sector. How 5G services are helping manufacturing sectors now. Let us see that. For the manufacturing sector, the remote asset monitoring, also training of the employees, product development, everything will become so quick and sophisticated. And not only that, it's great opportunities for foreign investment in India as well. Let us put aside the manufacturing end and think from consumer point of view. I want to buy a sofa, a piece of furniture for my living room. I can project the 3D picture of the sofa in the living room and check whether it is matching the rest of the furniture or not, and then buy it. It's great for consumer interface as well. So at the end, I would like to say that let us wait and watch for things to get easy and India's future to get lazy. Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. I would like you to refer to your presentation where you have, if you can come to that slide where it talks about the GDP.
Right, sure, ma'am. Excuse me? Okay.
I think it was the last fourth slide.
Right. Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, you have written that the effect on GDP for India, rupees 13.4 trillion
Yes.
between 2023 to 2040.
Right.
Okay, this is an estimation.
Right, by GSMA, the
Okay.
global system.
My question is how?
How, as I previously said, first of all, for 5G services to work in India, there has to be proper infrastructure. For building that infrastructure itself, it will generate a lot of employment for many. And after that, it will attract many foreigners to invest in India, all the MNCs and all. And also, it would be great if the government also invest in this, as I said previously, in the health and education sector. Definitely, it's a great boon for India's future.
Do you really believe that it will reach this?
Hope so. Because it already happened it's happening in many countries. South Korea is predominated by 5G services. I hope this happens. Thank you.
Our next PPT presenter is Mr. Raghavan Ji.
एक मिनट प्रोजेक्टर के पहले मैं ऑडियो चेक कर लेता हूँ प्रोजेक्टर डालने के पहले ऑडियो चेक कर लेता हूँ Ladies and gentlemen, brothers, and no, not my sisters, my friends, let me introduce you to my friend, my pal, my brother from another mother who has joined us through the 5G video conferencing that is happening out here. He is Mr. Carney. Yes, Mr. Carney? Oh, you want to say hi? Okay, he wants all of you to say hi to him. Thank you very much for that. Oh, yes, Mr. Carney, I'll ask those questions. Thank you. So, Mr. Carney wants to put forth this question to you. What is that we have lost in the year past? What is that we have lost in the year to the year past? While you're thinking about it, let me just show you what we have lost in the year past. In the year 2021, we lost many lives due to floods in various countries. In the year 2020, we lost many trees, many livestocks, livelihoods, and how can we forget about the 2019 Kerala floods? And as I say 2019, how can we forget the COVID-19 in which we lost many things? What is that is alarming now is this question. What are we losing now? Any answers? What are we losing now? Time? Maybe on a larger perspective, we are losing the earth itself. Presenting to you on the topic, Role of Youth in Making India Carbon Neutral. This is Raghavan G, a CA industrial trainee at Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail, Bangalore. Now, as soon as I said the topic, I know you guys are like this. But let me make sure that Mr. Carney is here. Mr. Carney will make sure that I talk on these topics without any hindrances. Coming on to what is carbon neutrality. Say, there is carbon being emitted into the atmosphere. We will have to trap that carbon in an equal amount. For example, if 100 tons of greenhouse gases is emitted into the atmosphere, we will have to naturally or artificially absorb those greenhouse gases. That is when a balance is created. That is when the concept of neutrality comes in. And that is when the concept of net zero comes into play. When I was researching on this topic, I saw that because of the industrial revolution that has happened, lot of carbon has been emitted into the atmosphere. And as per the statistics, it stands at 15.37 billion tons of carbon into the atmosphere. Isn't that alarming? Well, what is the outcome of that? Global average surface temperature has gone above the red level. It has been rising continuously and it is still rising. And for that, United Nations came together. They had something called as UNFCCC, which started in the year 1992, and they had first conference of parties in the year 1995. And in the third conference of parties, the Kyoto Protocol came into picture. Now, what is Kyoto Protocol? In that Kyoto Protocol, all the countries around the world, that is 198 countries, signed up saying that we will not emit carbon. But that went in vain. And that is when the big picture came into play. And in the year 2015, we saw this Paris Agreement, COP21, where it was decided that the rise in temperature will be limited to 2 degrees Celsius. Now, I wanted to do a research in it, and I did some research, and I found out that India stands third in emitting carbon across the globe. After China and United States of America, it is India. That is very alarming. But when asked to Indians, and the ministers, what they said is that they started arguing that US and China are developed countries. They emit carbon for their luxury, while we are emitting carbon for our necessity. We will not be able to achieve net zero by 2050. Rather, we will be achieving net zero by the year 2070, which is 20 years more than what it was decided. Well, that is when my research went into accounting bodies. Many accounting bodies across the globe came together, like A4S, Accounting for Sustainability, where more than 15 accounting bodies have joined together, and they are saying that we will help to reduce the carbon emissions by 2 degrees Celsius. Now, it is a pride moment for all of us that World Congress of Accountants 2022 is being organized by ICAI in India. Isn't that a proud moment for all of us? That is when I got to know about ICAI. What is the role of ICAI? ICAI has been developing the Sustainability Reporting Standards Board, SRSB, a committee which focuses on sustainability. And for the first time in the next year, ICAI will be reporting on non-financial items, and that too, it will give a report which will impact the company. Isn't that a great thing? We chartered accountants have been giving reports on all financial items. Now it is time for us to come out and face the global change. Can I get a clap of hands for ICAI? Thank you very much. They came up with that idea, all the corporates started putting planet first. And I'm proud that I'll say that I'm associated with one such group called as Aditya Birla Group, which focuses on net carbon neutrality and has its agenda. NSG, ESG, and many other stuffs it talks about. Well, yes, Mr. Carney. Oh, I did not forget you. Okay. You want me to concentrate on few key areas of role of youth? Okay, I'll do that. Thank you, Mr. Carney. So Mr. Carney is asking me to concentrate on the role of youth. So what is the role of youth? I started researching, and I found out that youth today should come out of the factor that planet, people, and profit. This is what youth should incorporate, not profit, people, and planet. Also, India contributes about 65% of its population to youth, which is the largest in the world. Why can't we decide a government that helps us to achieve that? If we decide, yes, we can change the government itself. Well, now, coming to some generic points, let's start using renewable sources, because renewable sources have a great impact in the environment. Also, let me give you a fun fact. The greenhouse gases emitted by meat is more than the greenhouse gases emitted by a car. Let's stop using meat. And the 6th class science, reduce, reuse, and thank you very much. I also want the youth to be aware. How many of us here are aware of the fact that there exists a technology called Climeworks, which is backed by Microsoft and many other tech giants, which focuses on trapping the carbon from the atmosphere and giving it into the ground? Many of us are not aware. Well, that is when Mr. Carney came in and he said to me that there is some UN Youth Advisory Group which focuses on challenges like this on climate change. And this UN Youth Advisory Group is present everywhere in the world. How many Indians are part of it? I did some more research in that when I found out that not just UN Youth, there are many other youth organizations around the globe which will help us take India to further heights. There are many other, you can see it in the presentation. Also, when there is a protest for nature, let us all of us go together and be a part in that protest. Let us remember the Jallikattu which happened in Tamil Nadu, wherein all the youth across Tamil Nadu came, fight, and won. Are we here to win? Yes? Thank you. Well, we should have that ability to persuade our teachers, administrators, everyone when we talk about climate change. Also, we have to call on decision makers to take a proper decision. We should never be afraid to make our voice heard. Now, what is this? There is a small country, Bhutan, which is trapped in between China and India. Bhutan is not just carbon sink, it is carbon negative, which means it emits less carbon than what it absorbs. It absorbs more carbons than what it emits. What happened? No. No, presentation went off. No, I did not. No, ma'am. It went away very fast. Well, even this technology emits carbon. So we got to see Mr. Carney again. So this is how my presentation was made, with all the transitions. Yes. So one commits and the other suffers. Why did I talk about this topic? Let me give you the story of a pen. This story, how many of you have pens in your hand? Just take that pen out, hold it in your hand, close your eyes. Let's do this. Close your eyes and think how many people would have come together to give you this pen. Maybe the shopkeeper, the supply chain person, or maybe the shopkeeper, supply chain person, and many other people who would have come together to give you this pen. Like the person who recycled the plastic in this pen, and the person who actually manufactured this pen. Many workers who were behind this. That is when I would say that carbon was an asset. We made it a liability. Is carbon an asset or a liability? What we Indians think. What is your take on this, India? Thank you very much.
My question to you that what does it actually means to become a carbon neutral?
Yes, sir. If, for example, if I am taking India, if India is emitting 100 tons of carbon, and if it is absorbing those 100 tons of carbon, then it is said that India is becoming carbon neutral. And if India is emitting more carbon and it is absorbing less carbon due to lack of technology or lack of natural habitat, then we are carbon positive. And if we are if we are absorbing more, then it means that we are carbon negative.
What is the current status in terms of statistics of our country?
Our country is in carbon. So our country is saying that we will achieve carbon neutral by 2070, sir. And if I have to say the statistics, then I'm not sure about it, where it stands. But it is in the global index, I see that India has not given a goal for carbon neutrality, because it is still fighting the fact that we are a developing nation, and not only India, it is fighting for all the developing nations together.
So do you still feel that India is in the takeoff stage?
Yes, sir.
As far as carbon emission is
Yes, sir. It has already taken off. It has started focusing its shift on hydrogen, and it is planting hydrogen plants across the country. And India is taking a shift. And our minister in COP26, that is Conference of Parties 26, he said that we will achieve some amount of carbon neutrality by 2030. But the actual achievement will take place only on 2070.
And what about net zero?
Net zero is a concept where even when the production happens, that is when you absorb the carbon itself. So there is a difference, there is a thin line of difference between carbon neutrality and net zero.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Our next presenter for the day is Mr. Bayabang Medo from Guwahati.
आगे पीछे करता था बस.
Okay, time. Friends, could you please raise your hands up who have this? Smartwatches? Okay, thank you so much. You may please put it down. Many are there, but not everyone. And what about the television? It's obvious we all have this, most of us. And about a pen, I can bet not even a single person is here without a single pen at their home. I hope you agree with me. And about cell phones, no words. No words. Because all have this. Some have even more than one. And there are many gadgets which I have not mentioned here, such as air conditioner, refrigerator, microwave, and many kitchen appliances. But what simple question, what is the thing they have in common? That is the dependency on electricity. With this slide, I just wanted to highlight the importance of electricity in today's generation. Hello everyone, dear respected judges, sir, ma'am, my fellow participants, and my dear friends present over here. I welcome you to my powerful presentation on the topic, how can India achieve self-sustainability for its energy requirements? And we will be focusing on three main areas, that is what, why, and how. And in this area, we'll be focusing more on. I am Byabang Meadow, hailing from Arunachal Pradesh, as an intermediate student, presenting on behalf of Guwahati branch of EIRC. So let's begin. Are you ready? Yes. Okay, thank you so much for your response. Let's begin. The first area, what? We know India is dependent on three major sources for the energy, that is coal, solid biomass, and yes, oil. But they are exhaustible in nature, so there is not a solution. And on the eve of 76th Independence Day, Honorable PM Narendra Modi ji addressed the nation with a statement, we need to be Atmanirbhar in our energy sector. But why? Why we need to be Atmanirbhar in energy sector? That's because if we see the population, India is on the second position right now, but by the end of 2030, India would be on top. So we cannot depend on other countries for the energy, and we cannot depend on those resources which are exhaustible in nature. So simply, the increase in population will trigger the increase in demand for energies, its requirements, and India needs to be step forward towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. How? Here, the most important topic we have today. Okay, the first, enhancement. So what kind of enhancement? Yes, enhancement of the existing energy sector is we see the hydropower sector, which is 403 gigawatt capacity as of 2022. It's a good number, but it needs more enhancement. And if we see the wind power sector, total gigawatt, the capacity they have is 40 gigawatt. And it could be enhanced more, yes? And if we see the solar power sector, it's 59 gigabyte. So it needs to be enhanced more. And we know India is an agriculture dominated country, and there are various types of agricultural waste, and many of them are used to produce energy, and we need to focus more onto this. Second point, we have awareness about renewables. How can we do this? Yes, here it is. Yes, we can provide information about renewable technology and the benefits of it over the environment should reach the society. And second point is programs. What kinds of programs? Yes, regularly organizing of awareness programs throughout the country, throughout India, especially in villages and remote locations such as island. And the government should come up with more educational and research institute and organizations which will have spreading the knowledge about the renewability. And yes, the most important, Yes, development of skilled, unskilled, and semi-skilled labor in this energy sector to strengthen the human resource in this particular sector. If we move on third, we have hybrid power projects. Have you ever heard of hybrid power projects? No? Okay. As we know, wind power energy is dependent upon wind. Yes, and hydropower depends upon water. And similarly, the dependency of solar power sector on sun energy stands the same. But if we see the solar energy sectors doesn't provide that, they are not effective at night as compared to a daylight. Am I right? And if we see the wind power sector, they're dependent on wind, but we cannot guarantee the stable flow of winds. Yes? So the solution is hybrid power projects. Yes, you can see this is a sample. Hybrid power projects is that kind of project which produces energy using more than one sources. As you can see the first sample here, it is the combination of solar and hydropower. Sample number 2, combination of wind and yes, solar power. Moving to the next, we have missions and schemes, such as National Hydrogen Mission, which aims at making India a green hydrogen hub. Yes, more adoptions of electric vehicles, and EVP program, or say E20 program, which focused on producing oil using agriculture waste, especially the waste of sugarcane, and ITER, ITER. This is the future, not only for India, future of the world. ITER stands for International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. I repeat, International Thermonuclear Experimental Reactor. Yes, this is a scheme of India in collaboration with 6 other countries to produce energy by the way of fusion energy. As a CA students, we know the importance of revision. Yes? We know the importance of revision. So let's have a quick recap on what we have been through. The first area, we know that we have come to know that India's dependency on 3 major sources, which are exhaustible in nature. That's the first reason that India should be focusing on self-reliance in this energy sector. And second area, why? Because of the increase in population and the trigger of increase in requirements of energy. And India needs to step forward towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. And of how we have talked 4 points. Yes, the enhancement of existing energy sector. Yes, awareness programs. Setting up more hybrid power projects. And yes, coming up with more missions and schemes such as this 4. Conclusion. Do you think or don't you think we have any responsibility towards the sustainability in energy sector? Do you think? Yes, we have. I would like to mention 2. Yes, using of power efficient bulb. Please avoid those which consumes more energy meaninglessly. And the habit of keeping the light turns off when not in use. If anyone have this habit, my salute to you. As it's a saying, be efficient to be sufficient. With this, I, Babang Meadow, end my presentation here. I thank you for your patience. Wishing you good luck to my fellow participants. Thank you so much.
You have mentioned about the EBP program.
Yes, ma'am.
Could you just elaborate a little about the EBP program?
Ma'am, first of all, EBP stands for Ethanol Blended Petrol Program, ma'am. It was a scheme which was implemented before, and the target was 10% of generation of petrol using agricultural waste. Now India is focusing, India's target on this scheme is 20%. This is all what I know.
can you mention some states or places which you know of where this EBP program is already implemented?
No, ma'am, I'm not aware of it. Thank you,
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much, all.
Our next presenter for the day is Mr. Swaraj Babu from Bhubaneswar.
आज भारत के पास
Warm good afternoon to one and all present over here. First of all, I would like to thank ICI for providing me with this unique opportunity to present my PPT in the land that is rich in culture and heritage, that houses one of India's powerhouse of culture, that is the Bharat Bhavan, and the land where many Nobel laureates have stepped their foot, like Octavio Paz and so on. Yes, it is Bhopal. Before I begin my presentation, honorable judges, respected dignitaries, and my dear brothers and sisters, as it is apparent from the first slide, the topic is Role of Youth to Make India Carbon Neutral. This is Swaraj Babu from Bhubaneswar branch going to present my PPT. Have a careful look at this image. Can you make out anything of it? Yes, I need your responses from the back. Can you make anything out of it? Okay, balance. Yes, there are 4 peoples on right and there is 1 people on the other side, yet the stone is balanced. We may have carbon emission on one side, but we have carbon absorption on the other hand. So it is impossible to stop carbon emission. Can we? Can we avoid a vehicle? Can we avoid air conditioners? It is totally impossible. But to increase carbon absorption is in our hand. And there strikes a situation that is carbon neutral. We have to think of a win-win scenario where we can stand as a carbon neutral. So, what is the technical definition of carbon neutral? Look at this image. This image itself speaks the definition of carbon neutral. Yes, that is no net release of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. Well, the emissions of carbon dioxide is quite alarming. Why is it so? Out of the total greenhouse gases emitted, 2/3 is accounted by carbon dioxide. And what is more alarming is a majority of it comes from burning of fossil fuels and industrial processes. So, this is the annual carbon dioxide emitted into the air every year. It has been compounding in a double digit and it has reached alarming levels. But there was a slight dip in the year 2019-20. Why was it so? Any guesses? Audience? Any guesses? Why was it there was a dip in the year 2020, 19 and 21? Oh, that's great. It was just, the carbon cut was just because the entire world was locked down, right? Totally, if you see, all over the world, carbon emissions came down by 6.4%. And USA was the largest benefiter of it, where the carbon emissions were down approximately 13%. Now, the big question arises, what we youth can do to become carbon neutral. Right? Let's listen.
साथियों, विश्व ने इस बात को माना है कि आज भारत के पास दो असीम शक्तियां हैं, एक डेमोग्राफी और दूसरी डेमोक्रेसी। जिस देश के पास जितनी युवा जनसंख्या है, उसके सामर्थ्य को उतना ही बड़ा माना जाता है, उसकी संभावनाओं को उतना ही व्यापक माना जाता है।
It is very evident from the speech of our Prime Minister that the country that has greater youth population always stands ahead of others. And the scenario of India is depicted by this bar graph. We have a majority of our population between the age group of 15 to 45, and that is where the opportunity lies. We can harness this youth potential and we can achieve anything we want. So what can we do? Being a student, being a chartered accountant student, a simple step that we can take, we can change our notebooks. We can, instead of using unrecycled paper, we can switch to recycled paper. How many of us use recycled paper to prepare notes? Please raise your hands. Oh, that's a meager number. Okay. See, my friends, unrecycled paper, to produce 1 kg of unrecycled paper, it emits 1.2 kilogram of carbon dioxide. But on the same hand, to produce 1 kilogram of recycled paper, there is only emission of 0.70 kilogram of carbon dioxide. So we can save 50% at least. Using digital platforms, e-books are the future. And I would like to thank ICI for their unique initiative. A huge round of applause actually for ICI. What a unique platform it is, the Digital Learning Hub. We are connected at home to wonderful material, wonderful resources just within a single click. Well, this thing, the first one is a plastic bag. It produces 1.2 kilogram of carbon dioxide to produce 1 kilogram of polyethylene. Well, we can change this to a jute bag, which is rather a carbon absorber rather than emitting carbon. Both are bags, but the choice is ours. What about our transportation? Yes, we travel to colleges, schools, universities by private transport. We have to switch this to public transport. How many of you commute by public transport? To your office, to your colleges? Okay, very few, only 5 to 10%. Even if it is not public transport, we have to ensure pooling. We have to pair up so that our per head carbon dioxide emission is reduced. What this picture tells is all about this thing. The first thing, we'll have to switch to cleaner fuels. The second, we have to reduce. Please make it back. Two slides. One more. Yes. We have to reduce the wastage of energy. The third, and the most important, we have to maximize the use of our renewable energy. To sum it up, if we think, the first thing that we have to do is measure our carbon footprint and start reducing it. The second, being the improvement of efficiency. No matter we are using gadgets, we cannot live without them, but we will have to use them efficiently as resources are limited. The third is sustainability. We cannot think of our future generations starving for energy, starving for any resources. So we will have to use it in an economical manner so that it is sustained. And the last but not the least, we'll have to create awareness among whole masses, as the youth mass is the mirror of our nation. So, do we want this? I have a question for you. If not, the time has come to act now. We have to change now and at present. what happened, and this is what happens when a youth takes charge of leadership and is determined to do something. Civil Aviation Minister, within taking charge in 1 year, announced that 90 airports will be carbon neutral by 2024. And he has already started achieving, wherein many airports are totally solar powered. This is the power of young mass. After all, do you think that this concept is a new concept for India? Yes? Is it a new concept for India? No, my dear friends. What is it? Anybody heard it? Yes, this is the Shanti Mantra which was recited years ago during the Vedic era, where it stated, Dvyo Antariksha Shanti. When the world thought of a globe, we Indians thought of a universe. Dvyo Antariksha Shanti, Om Vanaspataya Shanti. We worshipped our environment to protect it, to remain carbon neutral. And when we are talking of youth power, how can we forget this young man who led the whole world by his one sentence, that is, my dear brothers and sisters of America. He states, Uttisthata Jagrata Prapya Paran Nibodata. Arise, awake and stop not till the goal is reached. Are you ready to make India carbon neutral? Yes? Unaudible? Yes? So we can achieve it. We have to arise, we have to awake, and we have to make our country aware. Then only India will be a carbon neutral state. Thank you all. Thanks a lot.
Good afternoon, Suraj. So all along the presentation, we were speaking about the carbon emissions, the absorption, carbon absorption, and the balance between it. And also we are talking about the awareness programs from the youth. So have you come across the concept of carbon trading, the cap and trade policy, which India has just launched?
Yes, the credit policy, carbon credit trading. We have to buy credits, and even if we are a emitter of carbon, we can buy credits and we can utilize them.
Yeah, how it will work and in which of the state or the union territories it has first undergone?
It has first undergone, I don't have any idea, but as we are trading in natural goods and shares like that, so whenever we see that our country is exceeding the emissions, we can buy the credits from other country and neutralize them. That is the whole concept.
Let's say there is a corporate who is emitting the carbon. How he will buy and from whom he will buy?
He will buy from a negative emitter. Means the person who has negative emissions. Like my friend already said that Bhutan is a net absorber of carbon. Likewise, the person who is having deficit, means who is a negative emitter, so we can buy from them, and that will be balanced.
So what will be the role of the government or any corporate body?
The government can facilitate this program.
How?
By creating awareness is the first and foremost thing that the government can do. Secondly, the government has to bring a firm policy. There is no policy like other countries have some policies that you have to measure your carbon footprint, you have to maintain that within a certain level. In India, we keep the AC at 18 and even we forget. So that we have to create awareness among the population. And the second thing, that government needs to have a firm policy. During the COVID, there was one news in all the social media that one of the scientists had recommended to keep all the air conditioners at 24 degrees Celsius at predefined level, which many people started criticizing. So if there is a firm government action, then only we will be able to achieve that.
Is there any capping towards it? Is that any corporate is having the capping towards it?
Corporate having capping?
Yeah,
No
capping
idea.
on the carbon, the amount of carbon which is emitted.
No idea, sir. Reliance has a target of getting carbon neutral, but I don't have any idea about others.
And what are the components of green skills?
Green skills? No, sir, no idea.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Let's welcome our next presenter. Ms. Ankita Kumari Singh from Kolkata.
कैसे बहुत ही जल्द हमें स्कूल जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। क्या सच?
Good morning, students. A louder one. So, do you remember what we were doing in the last class? Of course not. I know, expected. We were doing working capital management. Do you remember the chapter inventories that we did in semester 3? No. Online batch, right? You know what I was doing for the past few seconds? I was trying to imitate one of my favorite college professors who every day comes to our class and just mocks us at the fact that we are an online batch for the last 2 years. So what does she actually mean by online batch and online education? Let me show you a video.
हम बात कर रहे थे कि कैसे बहुत ही जल्द हमें स्कूल जाने की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी। क्या सच में? हाँ बिल्कुल, ये सच है और पूरी तरह मुमकिन भी है। सबके पास एक पोर्टेबल टीवी होगा, फिर शुरू नहाते वक्त भी लेक्चर अटेंड कर सकती है और जियान आराम से गार्डन में सोते हुए भी लेक्चर अटेंड कर सकता है और मैं घर में आराम से चाय पीता हुआ लेक्चर अटेंड कर सकता हूँ। और हाँ, तुम्हें क्लास में लेट हो जाने की चिंता भी नहीं होगी, समझे? क्या ये अच्छा नहीं होगा?
I think now you all are aware what is online education. So, online education is a form of distance learning and the education that takes place over the internet. Well, why is online education so valuable? Number one, because it has a global reach. Number two, it can be accessible in multiple devices. Number three, it caters to a person's individual needs. Number four, it is definitely more efficient. Number five, it reduces cost. And last but not the least, it allows for consistent quality. I will be speaking in details in the next slides. Now, what are the different pros of online education? Convenience, less expensive, technology, self-paced, enhances skills, and accessibility. Let me come to these one by one. Number one is convenience. Look at these two pictures. The first picture shows that this boy is attending his classes depending upon his mood and whenever he actually wants. Now look at the second picture. This guy has to go to school no matter how his mood is, and definitely he's forced to study even though he doesn't want to. Which type of education do you think is more convenient? Online or offline? Definitely online. Now look at the another set of pictures. The first picture shows a group of students who are rushing to school because they have got late. And the second picture, oh my God, don't focus on the sweetness of that boy. I know he's really sweet, but look at the clock. It's 9 a.m. He's ready, sitting in front of the laptop, attending his online classes. Although he's not completely dressed, and that's why he's trying to hide half of his uniform with a pile of books. Well, but he's punctual, right? And I think most of us are punctual. So, now tell me, again, which type of education is most convenient? Online or offline? Thank you. So, online education is definitely more convenient. Number two, less expensive. Come on, online education has led to a decrease in teachers' salary, classroom costs, traveling costs, meal costs, and printing costs. Printing books, of course. So, don't you think online education is also less expensive? Yes, it is. Online education has also helped us to learn and become masters in various technological apps. So we are all technological heads as well. Fourth, online education is self-paced. Of course, there's no competition. We can learn whatever we want, whenever we want, and wherever we want. It definitely leads to a stress-free and a meaningful learning and helps us to gain self-confidence. Number 5, enhances skills. Online education not just focuses on our soft core skills, but also on our professional skills. Well, online education has led to the development of so many courses and so many websites where we can actually access these courses from, like Coursera, edX. So what does these actually mean? Through these sites, we can use the soft core skills like public speaking courses and improve them, and professional skills just like digital education, digital marketing, and so on. Accessibility. Aren't that girl we, one day before the examination, opening so many books, don't know so many notes, what is written, we don't remember, we don't recall what the teacher had actually taught us in school or colleges. Well, definitely online education is not accessible. Offline, sorry. But look at this girl now. When we adopt to online education, we become pros because whenever we want, wherever we want, stress-free, we are accessing online education. So online education is definitely 24/7 available. Now let me talk about the different cons of online education. No self-discipline, no face-to-face interaction, lack of flexibility, lack of input from trainers, slow evolution, and good e-learning is difficult. Number 1, no self-discipline. We all are victims of procrastination. Kaal kare so aaj kare so ab. Anyone who actually abides by it? No. Right? So, definitely online education leads to lack of self-discipline. Number 2, through online education, we do not have a face-to-face interaction, which actually leads to a lack of isolation and a sense of lack of motivation. Number 3, lack of flexibility. Online education is definitely perfect when it comes to learning some specific skills. But when it comes to learning complex skills and competencies like teamwork and communication, it definitely fails. Number 4, lack of input from trainers. It happens a lot of times that in Zoom conferences or seminars that we attend, there are 1,000+ participants. We want to interact. We want to ask a question, but we do not get the reply. So definitely, there is a lack of feedback process system most of the times, and it is not convenient. Number 5, because we are not meeting our friends, because we are not able to understand the gasping power of the other students, it is retarding our growth and leading to a slow evolution in a child's performance. Lastly, good e-learning is definitely difficult. Why? Because it requires a large amount of time, money, and expertise, and hence, which is not possible and not everyone's cup of tea. So, it's difficult. Now I will be talking about the impact of online education on students. Burden, lack of motivation, sense of isolation, and too much on screen time, which actually leads to a lot of health hazards. Number 2, on teachers, lack of job opportunities, too much of network use, especially for the ones who are senior teachers, and they definitely are not technological experts like the modern ones. Third, implementation and evaluation of learning. Definitely from checking the physical copies to going on online is definitely little difficult. And lastly, too much of parent interference between the student and the teacher has definitely led to one con of online education. Now, what is the impact of online education on parents? Parents definitely help their children to learn new concepts, find an appropriate setup so that their child can concentrate on studies. But when do they do so? They sacrifice their own work time so that their children can definitely increase their learning power and be intelligent. On society, it has definitely made us independent learners and definitely improved the performance of individuals and made us best business builders. Now I would like to share one of my small experience. I might have told you that not just I, and in fact each one of us, we all have faced online education as a student. But I have not just been a student, but also a teacher for the past 3 years,
since 2020, and I have been teaching this student over Zoom, WhatsApp audio calls, and whatnot. It has definitely been difficult, but through every ups and downs, we have had an amazing e-learning journey. Now, role of ICAI, webinars, conferences, virtual classes, mock tests, counseling, everything has definitely been wonderful opportunity and wonderful on the impact of ICAI to do it for us. Now, I would like to conclude by saying that not everything in this world is free. Every rose has its thorn. All that glitters is not gold. Everything has its pros and cons. And so does online education. Well, online education is a personal choice if you want to accomplish your goals. If it is favoring you, go for it. If it is not, come on guys, we always have better alternatives. Thank you.
First of all, it's a very good noon, Ankita.
Good afternoon, sir. I'm so sorry. Good
And
afternoon,
simple.
ma'am.
Good afternoon, Ankita. Online education surprisingly has resulted in lack of which vitamin?
Rich?
Vitamin.
Yes, ma'am. Definitely. It has online education. If there's one major con that why online education should not take over is lack of understanding power among the students. And definitely it has led to the decrease in vitamin.
Which vitamin?
Ma'am, I think vitamin K.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ankita.
ma'am.
Let's welcome our next speaker, next presenter, Ms. Jayati Purwar from Delhi.
Timer. Yesterday at my aunt's home, my 5-year-old cousin was painting a beautiful scenery with trees, sky, heart and all such stuff. As she continued with her painting, I awaited with my fascination for her to finish, and she was done. Now hold your breath, I do have the same masterpiece for you. At the very first glance of it, the skies felt inaccurate to me. With the inch of doubt in my eyes, I asked her, why is the sky left white? And not to my wonder, she replied, I don't have enough of grey color. Those 6 words by the 5-year-old kid did hit me hard. Awesome afternoon, everyone. I, Jayati Purwar, would love to decipher upon the role of youth to make India carbon neutral. When I hear the word carbon, I see the congruency of the twins, the Earth and the Venus, the planets with the same size, same distance from Sun, and the same carbon content. But the difference is, while on Venus, temperature averages to 867 Fahrenheit, when carbon is trapped in the air on Earth, it averages to 59 Fahrenheit when carbon is stored as fossils in the land. But the day is not far when we will extract all the carbon from the surface and eject it directly into the atmosphere, modeling another Venus. The day is not far when the sci-fi movie Tomorrow War will become a reality. The day is not far when the 9 tipping points and the Earth will witness irreversible damages. Congratulations, you have an update in the GK books. Earth is the hottest of all planets. Yes, the hottest thanks to the ever-burgeoning carbon emissions. While 99% of all things look dark, but not 100%. And this 1% comprises of the big and even the smallest efforts by you and me. For the next few minutes, let's look at the manifestations of the dialogue of carbon neutrality, that is, the emission and eradication of carbon, but with the twist of not in isolation, not one by one, but simultaneously and together. Coming to the first aspect, the big steps with big impacts. Look at you. How beautifully everyone is decked up in their suits, brilliant shoes. But what if I tell you industry contributes to 25% of the carbon emissions, of which 10% belongs to the fast fashion alone? But while we follow the trend, some like Anshika Yadav converts 500 kgs of fabric waste into cloths, and the Chakar innovations that turns up pollutants into ink. Boggling, right? Now, when the talk is about the carbon, how can I miss upon my dearest plastic? Everybody loves mountains if they are like these. But what if your mountains are like this? Well, India has 3,159 such mountains. But I'm not here to depress you, but to tell how youth can stop the addition of more flows to these landfills. Beneath this eye, the plastic barrier who transforms PPEs into bricks. Neiman, a footwear brand born out of PET bottles, rubbers, and tires. Now a quick question, raise your hand if you think plastics are non-biodegradable. Well, I have heard this several times in school. But as a recent scientific development, researchers have identified an algae, UAB, as a potential biodegradation agent for low-density plastic sheets. We have come a long way, thanks to the young minds. It's time for the quiz now. Which year did AQI in Delhi became 999? 2018? 19. Well, both these years, and the secret fact is it was 999 because the health meter could read just 3 digits. Had it been 4, it would have gone beyond 1600 or 1700 for that matter. All thanks to the vehicular emissions. While we know EVs are the future, Maz Ahmed Khan, the founder of Talk Electronics, transforms your old vehicles itself into EVs in just 2 days. A team of 14 students of Kumagaru College designed a sustainable boat with zero emission. Isn't this the beauty of youth? It certainly is. How majestic are the festivals of Pongal, Baisakhi, Makar Sankranti. Reminds of harvesting season, isn't it? Well, agriculture contributes to 18% of the carbon emissions, but not to wonder. The Green World Foundation by Inderjat and Seema Saini promotes sustainable farming and have taught the same to 8,000 farmers across the nation. There is no doubt to the fact that youth has weaved a distinct story of pros and possibilities. Ecoplore by Prerna Prasad that promotes sustainable tourism and eco-stays. V.K. Mohan, the man who reduced his electricity bill from 3 lakhs to 0 using solar energy. Green buildings made from super bricks and super glues. The great Indian green wedding, high on sustainability, low on cost. Now raise your hand if you don't know. Raise your hand if you don't know who owns this last spot. Well, it's you and me, yes, the brightest minds of the nation, because I've always believed that when 130 crore countrymen take one step ahead, India moves 130 crore steps forward. Go back to the memory lane. The instances laid down the past few minutes were just a few possibilities of the youth working for carbon neutrality in energy, industry, transport, tourism, agriculture, plastic, and other. With this, let us come to the second aspect, the small steps, bigger impacts. Would you like to hear some of the buzzing phrases of the current times? Well, you don't have a choice, actually. We say to the waiters, bring me all that you have in the menu. Mom, I want iPhone 14, 13 seems outdated. Dad, I want scooty to drive to the school. It's the next lane after all. Brother, I want AC to be on before I reach home. Friend who goes for plantation rice, it's not cool. This endless chase of consumerism is probably the biggest cause of the talk we are having right now. Can't we play our part? By not wasting food, can't we play our part? By reducing e-waste, can't we play our part? By using public transports, Carpooling, can't we play our part by switching off lights, ACs when not in use? Can't we play our part by planting more trees? Just like the Gutli Bank initiative of young kids of Unnao Primary School who preserve and sow the seeds of the fruit they eat. We can. We can consume, produce, and live responsibly. We can adapt the lifestyle for the environment. Well, believe me, the picture in front of your eyes is the most powerful ones of the entire decade. October 31, 2021, at the UN Glasgow Cloud Conference, while the world's biggest leaders were simply signing climate agreements and making pledges, promises for our bright future. Outside the conference hall, the young hands, as young as 15 years, were holding placards in their hands with the message that we need actions and not promises, which is a testament of the fact that youth is ready to change the future. All said and done. Can youth ever make India carbon neutral? Well, it's a choice. A choice of you and me, a choice whether you will be an asset or a liability, a choice of our packets of desires and fantasies of self-importance. With each step, with each action, we can give this world a patronage vested in the carbon neutrality. Let's make the difference together, signing off, a joint Bailey of this planet. Thank you.
So what is the greenhouse effect in terms of carbon emissions?
So the biggest greenhouse effect that we see in our present lives is the number of deaths that happens due to the inhalation of pollutants. And as a recent discovery by the scientists and the researchers at University of Aberdeen, Belgium, a research came up that the pollutants in the black carbon has reached the infants, newborn, right in the fetus. That means their brains, lungs are already infected with the carbon, and with which it can have mutations, and probably it can endanger the next generations as well. Apart from that, extreme temperatures as we see today, the loss of food security, which in long term disturbs the peace, not just the peace of our nation, but the peace of entire world.
Okay, what our environmental ministry is doing towards the greenhouse effect?
Well, there are a lot of initiatives, and Honorable Prime Minister Modi's recent venture into the COP26, he established 5 goals for the net zero 2070, with which it will reduce energy, non-fossil energy by 50%. It will reduce carbon intensity by 45% until 2030, and it will use renewables to the capacity of 500 gigawatts, and a lot of other initiatives are done.
Okay, economically, will it increase the baseline growth in terms of GDP?
Yes, it will, because sustainability always comes with growth. And if I mention about the current incentives that happen not just to us but to the downward sections of the society, there is a fact that the Deccan Development Society, Dalit women in that, said that sustainable practices help them to earn more, and in this way they could help their living. And if the smallest sections of the society are supported, I believe GDP grows in itself.
Any idea about green skills?
Green skills, well, green skills comprises of the way we measure, the way we monitor the carbon production, the way we take steps to eradicate the emissions.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Our next presenter for the day is Mr. Jayesh Purwar from Delhi.
Hello, mic check. Rel- Reliance Jio to bring 5G technology to every Indian by December 2023. Bharti Airtel hits record high, stock soars 6%. Government says 5G technology will definitely transform every Indian's life. What do these headlines show? A revolution for better India. Awesome afternoon, everyone. Today, I, Jayesh, will be deciphering on the topic how 5G spectrum can help building better India. When I hear words better India, I see India as a hub for medical tourism. I see India as a prime mover of Industrial Revolution 4.0. I see India with no crop failures. I see India where no one is deprived of education. I see India as a developed country. But where lies the driving force? At unleashed potential of 5G technology. India driving the world. Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi test driving a car in Sweden remotely from Delhi using India's 5G. This tweet by Mr. Piyush Goyal has been the talk of the town. This phenomena thus serves immense possibilities for autonomous or driverless vehicles and even for defense sector, wherein human interventions are impossible, thereby shaping a better India. India's development is reaching greater heights. India's infrastructure is in its full swing, but have you an infra possibility? Have you ever thought about workers' safety, knowledge, and care? Congratulations! Vodafone Idea recent digital twin tech with advanced 4K HD cameras, low latency, real-time support, and augmented reality ensure workers' safety, guidance, and supervision. Now raise your hand if you had ever watched this movie, Jodwa 2. The plot of this movie revolves around twin brothers whose reflexes operate simultaneously. What if we have the same technology where doctors can perform long distance surgery. For instance, a Chinese doctor performed a brain surgery to a patient living 1,500 miles away. Thus, 5G will lead to an expansion of robotically enabled long distance surgeries with rising level of care to patients living even in remote areas. All possible due to 5G technology, thereby shaping a better India. Ever heard about doctors at your doorstep? Sounds astonishing. 1,70,000 teleconsultations done in a single day through nationwide telemedicine service e-Sanjeevani. With high connectivity, teleconsultations will be a split-second task. Thus, fusion of 5G and telemedicine will definitely bring the potential for medical tourism, which is indeed a sign for better India. I still well recall the year 2020, when I took admission in Delhi University. 350,000 aspirants against 70,000 seats. I seem very fortunate to make it there. But what about others? This is the dark reality of our education system. This is where thousands of dreams left shattered. This is where the concept of digital university comes to our rescue. Ever imagined how digital university can curb the stark demand-supply gap in education? Quoting the words of Honorable Union Minister of India, we are now envisioning digital university, virtual labs and virtual teachers. In all these areas, if we develop presentable and quality content, then 5G will be the main vehicle to reach out to the unreachable, indeed, a better India. When I talk about farmers, what comes to your mind? Is it grueling outdoor work such as pruning, spraying pesticides, or watering? Well, that is not the case in Hongshan village of China, where 5G has made a huge difference in monitoring field conditions such as soil fertility, requirements of irrigations, pesticides, and fertilizers through tech-enabled sensors and devices. All possible due to 5G technology. Now, consider me as an astrologer. Let me tell you the future of our country through my own crystal ball. I must say, our future is very bright. I can see the digitized avatar of Prime Minister Modi standing in front of me, and the show title as Meta Man Ki Baat. I can also see Meta Pariksha Pe Charcha. Building a robust, pragmatic, and accessible meta or e-governance will definitely require a 5G connection. Thus, the profound impact created through metaverse seems very promising in building a better India. Do you know? The cumulative economic impact of 5G will be $1 trillion by the year 2035 and can deliver an additional GDP of $150 billion between 2025 to 2040. Let me tell you how this may happen. For any developed country, industries play a crucial role. Similarly, India is in much need of Industrial Revolution 4.0, where futuristic factories will be using IoT-enabled devices, cloud computing, robotic and automation technology. Reduction in wait time at toll bridges using automated tax collection system, smooth proceedings, efficient disaster management system, sustainability, and many more benefits help in making a better India. Though the possibilities are very huge, but there are few flip sides too, concurring which India will definitely gear up to its growth trajectory. The first one, huge investment required on the part of government for manpower, research and capacity development, and even on the part of private sector to make it a profitable venture. Secondly, the darkest realm of telecom sector, that is, optical fiber connectivity is only limited to metropolitan cities, whereas hinterlands surrounding them remain aloof of even a good 4G connection. Moreover, cyber attacks, lack of trust, digital divide are major other challenges. As a kid, we have always been told, there are two sides of a coin, choose the right one. But I would have been happier if someone would have rather told me beyond the two sides of the coin, it is the coin which is more important. Similarly, we focus upon challenges and benefits so much that we tend to forget the greatest victories of 5G will be making a better India. Yes, making a better India. Well, standing here at the soil of Bhopal, I seem very fortunate to delve in the era of 5G, as Bhopal, the first smart city of India to test for 5G readiness. Thank you.
So, what was the quantum of revenue generated to Ministry of Telecom from auctioning the 5G?
Around 1.45 lakh crores.
And what was the quantum of Geo in that?
Jio is around 88,000 crore, while Airtel is around 44 something, 44,000 crores.
And this was a one-time investment by Geo or Airtel, or do they have to pay some additional usage charges every year?
Actually, for this I don't have any answer, but still, I think they should have means they will be paying some additional charges for building up that infrastructure. Means for taking permission from the government, they will be paying some kind of extra charges.
And your slide was showing a Jodhwa clip.
Yeah.
How that Jodhwa clip is correlated with 5G?
Actually, I had told one example that in China, a robotic surgery was performed by a doctor, and that too 1500 miles away. Means doctor was just through 5G tech, doctor's hands was connected to a robot, and through 5G technology, the both were coordinating for performing that surgery. Means actually, those who have watched Jodhwa 2, means there were two twin brothers, Raja and Prem, whose reflexes operate simultaneously, means the action done by one, then that action would be also performed by the other twin.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much.
Our next presenter for the day is Mr. Arvind Kumar from Gurugram. Okay, so we are having Ms. Shivani Palekar from Vasai.
Hello. Right from the times of Chhatrapati Shivaji Maharaj to Mahatma Gandhi, we have been speaking about Swarajya and Swadeshi. And even today, we are promoting being vocal for local and to create a self-reliant India, or should I say, an Atmanirbhar Bharat. From 1976, wherein Prime Minister Indira Gandhi spoke of self-reliance in food and energy sector, self-reliance has been one of the major mottos, and the reason is it is the strategic necessity to protect India, make India capable of surviving the external shocks. Being Atmanirbhar is not about being self-contained and being close to the economy, but it is about being self-sustaining and self-generating. So, namaste to one and all present here. The topic for today is how can India achieve self-sustainability, particularly in its energy requirements. India has ranked third in the world in its energy consumption, thanks to the ever-rising incomes and rising standard of living of the people. The energy usage has doubled since 2000, making India the third largest energy consuming country after US and China. India is using 80% of the consumption through coal, oil and solid biomass. As India is recovering from its COVID-induced slump, it is re-entering into a very dynamic period in its energy development. So first, let us understand what is energy sector. Energy sector includes companies producing, supplying energy. It includes oil exploration, hydrogen energy, companies of integrated power utility producing energy using coal, fossil fuels, crude oil and renewable sources of energy. Let us understand where does India stand in imports. Energy sector is an important driver for industrial growth. It is the power which fuels the entire economy. However, talking about liquefied natural gas, India spent $11.9 billion in liquefied natural gas in 2021 compared to $7.9 billion in the previous fiscal year. Talking about coal, India is the second largest producer of coal. But till January 2022, it imported millions of tons of coal and thus became the second largest importer. So yes, on one hand, India is the second largest producer, but on the other hand, India is the second largest importer. And the reason is the ever-increasing demand. The black line that you all can see on the screen is the demand in our country, whereas the grey section is the production. And the difference has to be imported. On our 75th Independence Day, Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji had said, we need to be Atmanirbhar in our energy sector. Right from solar power to hydrogen power to adoption of EVs, we need to reach next level of initiatives in our energy independence. So, according to me, let us understand some initiatives which India as a whole can undertake in order to become self-sustainable in its energy sector. First is solar power. Anybody who can guess the name of the country who tops the solar production? Correct. It is none other than China. It is China followed by US, Japan, Germany. And then comes India. But just look at Earth's position, just look at India's position compared to these countries to the equator. India is immensely capable of being a global leader in solar power. India has the potential. India's long-term solar potential is completely unparalleled in the world. And moreover, solar power does not require any other source once the PVs are installed. talking about what steps has India taken till now. India's Kerala state has Kochi Airport. It is the first international airport in India to become entirely solar powered. And thus, it has 46,000 solar panels and 50,000 units of energy generated every single day. Taking inspiration, Delhi's international airport also said to be hydro and solar powered. Delhi's metro also said to be solar powered. And not only this, 60% of the electrical devices working today on Delhi's metro are solar powered. This shows that the Indian electricity sector is on the cusp of a solar powered revolution. Moving to the second point, wind energy. India has the fourth largest wind installed capacity in the world. It has grown so much that it has led to a stronger ecosystem, maintenance and operational capabilities. However, initial costs being super high and lack of government's financial support are some of the major difficulties faced by India. So what is India doing in this regard? One of the several initiatives India is now planning to establish offshore windmills. That is, windmills will now be in water as compared to the traditional windmills on land. This project is set to take off in Gulf of Khambat in Gujarat. Moving to the next, EVs as a substitute for oil-fueled cars. Can everyone raise your hands? Anyone who has watched 3 Idiots movie? All of them almost. There is Raju Rastogi's mother who says one dialogue and I will replicate it in my way. पेट्रोल तो बेटा इतनी इतनी थैलियों में सोनार की दुकान पर मिल रहा है. Petrol being super costly, diesel being super costly and the ever increasing fuel prices. 18% of the energy consumption is by the transport sector in India. And EVs will help to diversify the energy needed to reduce the import of oil in our country. So what steps has India taken? Several initiatives taken by India, but one of them is Mercedes-Benz EQS 580 was launched on 30th September 2022, which is just 8 days back. In India, it was assembled in India. This is just one EV and several other EVs are promoted. In tax, we have 80 EEB, wherein we are given tax reduction for interest on purchase of EVs, if anyone knows. Nitin Gadkari, our Minister of Road Transport and Highways, also said that in place of petrol, I dream of turning it into 100% ethanol. From solar power, from EV, we will progress in India. Our government is not going to encourage petrol and diesel vehicles. This is what he said. On 3rd of October, Indian Express had the news, which is just 5 days back, that government is going to curb the auto emissions by incentivizing through tax concessions. And this is a big thing for India. Moving to the next point, which is hydro energy. India has the 5th largest hydropower in the world. The hydropower, once established, is low cost, durable. On a lighter note, this is me 6 years back wherein I was presenting a science project of a building being sustainable in its energy requirements. Then why not India? As we shift from non-renewable sources of energy to hydro energy, we are going to a brighter future. Some of the major companies are also promoting the energy sector. 10% ethanol already blended in petrol, as per Narendra Modi, and Amit Shah also said that this 10% blend would be doubled and it will save 1 lakh crore of forex spent on imports. So to conclude, renewable energy is the way out. A country can defend in case of an invasion or strikeout. And our soldiers are immensely capable of doing that. But If someone pulls a plug on the supply of coal, oil, and natural gas, then there lies an impact, then there lies a downfall in the economy, especially a developing nation like India. So what is needed is a shift towards the renewable sources, a shift to make India Atmanirbhar. As I conclude, I would like to say, अब हम सबका एक ही सपना, एनर्जी में भी आत्मनिर्भर हो, भारत अपना. Thank you.
In continuation with the renewable energy development, our Honorable Prime Minister has a year back, that is on 15th August 2021, has launched a scheme called National Hydrogen Emission Mission. So what was that?
So national hydrogen, basically hydrogen mission is, there is a process of electrifying, as far as my knowledge is, through which hydrogen is separated from the elements, because hydrogen is an element which is always H2 and it is never single atom. That's why it is a process with which hydrogen is separated. So hydrogen can also produce energy. And this was the mission, that rather than using fossil fuels, rather than importing the oils, crude oil and other things from outside India, why not use this process to separate hydrogen, produce in India and make India sustainable?
What was the quantum of budget allocated?
I'm not aware of the quantum.
Okay, so hydrogen is separated from the fossil fuels. So can you distinguish between the hydrogen which is allocated in terms of grey hydrogen, blue hydrogen and green hydrogen?
I'm not aware of it, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter for the day is Arvind Kumar from Gurugram.
Hello. I think now we should have a break of a lunch break, half an hour. After exact half an hour we'll meet. After that we will continue.
So till now we have seen very nice presentations, and we will be again meeting here in the same hall after having a lunch break of half an hour. So So we have Arvind Kumar from Gurugram as our next presenter.
Hello, hello. Hello everyone. Before even starting today's presentation, I really want to savor this moment and feel this moment because the topic that I'm going to present today has changed my life. It has changed what I was before, it has changed how I am today, and what my future will be. So I was a very super studious student in school. I was that guy who used to cry when he used to get 93% in class. In college, I started street dancing, and now I am a professional choreographer. After my graduation, I started my CA, but the pandemic hit. I was shattered. But my father told me, Arvind, whatever that happens, happens for the good. And indeed, online learning changed my life. Because of it, I cleared both groups of my CA intermediate in a single attempt. And today, I have the time to pursue my articleship, have time for dancing, do competitions like these, have a good family time, and even take my CA final lectures. And also, I would be taking one FR lecture today in my hotel room. So in a nutshell, I am here today only and only because of online learning. Now, anyone can come up to the stage and say, these are the pros of online learning, these are the cons of online learning, and choose what's best for yourself. Well, I thought that this data is so very easily available on Google, but I had to add more value to it. And that is that technology is the future of our education. We don't even think about it, but we are in a technological revolution. Everyone we know has a smartphone in their hands, and they have a cellular connection with them. That is technology. We have 5G coming in. We don't even understand that we have 85 crore internet connections in our country. And the best part is that the newer generation which is coming, it is being born with technology in their hand. That means technology is not just a device for them, it's their actual habitat. And that's the reason why technology is the future of our country. Mark Twain once said, college is a place where a professor's lecture notes go straight to the student's lecture notes without passing through the brains of either. Well, this can never be the case with online learning because internet is an online marketplace where students can choose the best teachers who are best suitable for themselves. And only the best teachers would survive. Think about it. What if we gave these teachers unlimited resources like content editors, animators, production team, storytellers, documentary makers to make incredible educational content? Just think about it. What would be the quality of education we would be offering to our students? This is Dr. Walter Lewin. He's the best physics teacher in this world. And just look at it, his innovative and practical methods to teach physics. He gave his last lecture in MIT 10 years back. But now, because of online learning, a student in the most remote part of our country can learn from the best physics teacher in the world. And mark my words, because of this, we are cultivating a culture in which we will be having future Steve Jobs and Einsteins. People say that in online learning, we don't have much personalization. But I think in offline learning, personalization is a hoax. It is impossible. In universities, we have 500 students in a classroom. Do you really think a teacher would be able to give personalized education to 500 students? That is a lie. But this can be easily done by technology. I believe, and I quote, that we have to build an online system which learns the learner as the learner learns. Once again, an online system which learns the learner as the learner learns. We have to have periodic tests, and the results should have been fed into softwares that would give personalized reports to children about their weaker areas. We can pause, play, rewind, fast forward our lectures as per our convenience. I remember once I took an audit lecture for 5 times, and that would be impossible in a classroom. This is called personalization. Confucius, a Greek philosopher, says, "Tell me and I forget. Show me and I remember. Involve me and I understand." Biggest industries in our countries are now using simulation as an educational tool. Literally, scientists are learning gene editing, something as intricate as gene editing, through simulations, through simulation. The technology is moving very fast. We are CA students. All our GST, tax, all our ROC compliances, all of that is online. And we really think that textbooks are the solution to learn the things of the online space? A subject like EIS would be so much more fun learning online. Online learning has the capacity to inculcate last-minute amendments at the stroke of the midnight hour in our curriculum. And that is the power of online learning. Well, everybody knows this game, right? This is Candy Crush, the most viral game of the decade. Well, my mom is crazy about Candy Crush. She's on level 8000 and she needs no motivation to play it. Famous anthropologist Margaret Mead says, if students don't learn the way we teach, we must teach the way they learn. And we should apply this to education. Just a second. Yeah, and we should apply this to education. We should have real-time quizzes so that students feel excited about winning. We should have leaderboards, badges, points, so that students feel motivated, and that would foster learning. We, this Gen Z that we are so good at interacting online. If I have one doubt, I can go to my WhatsApp group and type it in. And in minutes, I have students replying and pondering and discussing over that question. That is the power of technology that builds our cognitive ability when we ponder, revisit, and observe. We have a success story with us when it comes to online learning. And that is the Board of Studies of ICAI. Literally, we are making content, educational content, of the complete syllabus, putting it up on YouTube so that students in the remotest area of our country can access it. That is practical and real time. Also on weekends, we have practical training module so we can apply those textbook knowledge into practical world. That is the technology we need, and that is how we can triple up the potential of online learning. We all are a part of online learning even now. This competition is being live streamed all over the world. So that means students can learn by watching this competition as well. Again, that is the power of online learning. But now you may argue, Arvind, what about the cons? These were the pros, but what about the cons? Well, this presentation was designed in a way that we have already discussed all the pros of online learning, all the cons, and even the solution to all the cons. Let me show how. These are the 5 popular cons of online learning. The first is that it is a solo act. But the truth is that we are so good at interacting online. It is so much better that we interact with 500 students online rather than just the 10 students in our class. People say it lacks personalization. But again, it is a hoax. We can pause, play, rewind our lectures as per our convenience. And we can develop software which gives regular feedback to the students. People also say that it lacks discipline. Again, that is also not true. We can gamify our curriculum. We have to make more enriching content so that our students fall in love with learning. We know simulation is being used in this industry for giving hands-on training for almost everything. The world is moving online. It is high time that we start learning and using these online tools for online learning. And the last con of limited access is already solved by the technological revolution we are in. So now, through this presentation, we have learned all the pros of online learning, all the cons and their solutions, and even how to use technology to triple up the pros of online learning. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Arvind.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Arvind, what would be the net effect of online education on the economy of India?
Ma'am, I firmly believe that online education is our reality. We have to accept that technology is our reality. And once that happens, the economy has to surely boom. Again, one of our topics is digital payments, right? And once online education is growing, digital payments would grow. Teachers would have more access to teach. Students in the remotest areas can learn from the best teachers. There is absolutely no con. I think we have challenges, but no cons. So the economy is bound to boom with online learning.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Our next speaker of the day is Rama Shekhar Sani from Pune.
Gone are the times when kids in school were taught A for apple, B for ball, C for cat. Now it's A for Amazon Pay, B for Bheem, C for credit cards, D for debit cards, G for GPay, P for Paytm, and U for UPI. My topic is how COVID helped in developing digital payment systems in India. Demonetization in 2016, one of the objectives of which was the promotion of digital transactions, made us have an ice-breaking session with the newly born UPI in April 2016, already existing Paytm since 2010, and barely used debit cards because high-value cash, the king of all, was banned one fine day. But after a period of time when the new cash came in, people always had an option to go back to it until the country-wide lockdown was announced in March 2020. The global pandemic crippled many sectors of the economy, but in fact, it was a Dream 11 game changer of the match for the digital payment systems in India. The lockdown restricted the movement of people, and so was the movement of cash curtailed to some extent, which was one of the reasons people started adopting digital payments. And as and when it was suspected that cash transactions would lead to a spread of virus, people became conscious than ever. Contactless payments were insisted owing to safety, but still enabling the functioning of households and businesses without going to banks and ATMs, and digital payment platforms became the only viable option for all. People who never used digital payments had to take the first leap by hook or crook, because if they did not, they would risk their health. Even in rural areas, people started adopting digital payment systems. A few months ago, I was on a vacation to a very remote place in India, and while traveling there, I stopped at a local market. I bought fruits and vegetables of 150 rupees and gave the vendor a 200 rupee note. Neither of us had change, and after a couple of minutes, the vendor said, "Madam, why worry so much? You have Paytm, right? It's a question of only 50 rupees. I will Paytm you." And Paytm could process the transaction, but my brain couldn't, because I just couldn't believe that such a small vendor, even in the remotest part of India, knew Paytm and also knew how to use it. And one of the most important parts here is PhonePe took an advantage of the pandemic. When people were not comfortable handling cash, they sent their agents to small shopkeepers and vendors who linked their phone numbers to their bank accounts, which enabled them an access to all these amazing digital payment platforms. Businesses were bound to adopt to digital transactions because the first question we as customers would ask them would not be, "Uncle, do you have Pepsi?" But it was, "Uncle, do you have GPay?" even before entering the shops. And when the shopkeepers realized that they are losing business because of a lack of digital adaptability, every other shopkeeper in the locality had either a QR code or a card machine on their counters. The bottom line is that COVID-19 changed the way people pay and normalized digital payment systems as the primary and the preferred way of transactions. Moreover, a system is a mass adoption of transactions. So the mass adoption of transactions by each and every class of the society in each and every part of the country led to the development of this robust digital payment systems which India today leads in the world. India, with its $25.5 billion digital transactions, went on to become the world's leader in real-time payments in 2020. It surpassed China, South Korea and Thailand. And even in October 2021, these digital transactions have crossed the mark of $100 billion. According to RBI, digital payment systems in India have experienced a massive surge in 3 years from March 2019 to March 2022 by a whooping 216%. In fact, the one-third amount which was generated from the 4-year-old UPI only came from 6 months from March to August 2020, the peak period of COVID. UPI was always easy, accessible and interoperable, but it took COVID for people to highlight all these benefits to the public at large. The use of debit cards and credit cards also experienced a massive surge. When I talk about lockdown, Dalgona Coffee, Ramayana और महाभारत telecasts, और even कोविड से आज पूरा देश लड़ रहा है, पर याद रहे हमें बीमारी से लड़ना है, बीमार से नहीं. How many of you felt nostalgic? But when I say about digital transactions, which in fact experienced a massive surge during this pandemic, none of us would feel nostalgic because of the simple reason that COVID caller tunes, Dalgona Coffee faded away with the pandemic, but digital payment systems did not. They lingered even after that and now have become a substantial part of our lives. They say that for developing a habit, you need to do a thing continuously or regularly for at least 21 days. But COVID made us pay digitally for everything from groceries up to paying college fees for almost 21 months. And now there's no going back for most of the people. COVID gave an impetus to increasing the frequency of these digital payment systems and these digital transactions that people like you and me started having trust in it and started being comfortable with it. Today, 2 out of every 5 transactions in India are digital. And by 2026, it is expected that this number will go up to 2 out of every 3 transactions being digital. And the best part is that 1 out of every 4 transactions carried on by the bottom 40% of the income groups are also digital. Which means that the penetration of digital payment systems in India due to COVID is not only restricted for the urban or the rich class of the society, but also equal, or we can say in a similar way, to the lower income sectors of the economy. The Janadhan Yojana started in 2014, opened almost 460 million bank accounts. And according to research, 18 million of these Janadhan bank accounts were first operated during the global pandemic, which does suggest that COVID did develop the digital payment systems in India. And for an availability of bank accounts, availability of mobile devices, and affordable internet infrastructure, and most importantly, the Finance Ministry enforcing zero MDR on UPI transactions from January 2020 paved a way or acted as a foundation for the development of digital payment systems in India. But it was COVID who acted as a catalyst in developing these digital payment systems in the true sense, without which digital payment systems in India would have taken years to develop. Because the logic was simple. Sometimes if you want to bring about a change in the society, giving people no other option is the only option. The digital payment systems in India are developed so much that countries like Nepal, Singapore, UAE, Malaysia, France, Bhutan are always praising our UPI systems and also want to adopt it. And in fact, some of the countries have even signed memorandum of understandings with the Indian government for adoption of these Indian digital payment systems. So guys, next time if you go on a vacation to any of these countries, just open your phone and scan the QR code. And the most important part here is that these digital paying platforms took an advantage of the pandemic and developed themselves and evolved themselves, taking an advantage and which attracted more users to it. For example, the National Payments Corporation of India launched UPI Autopay. That is, UPI will now pay your utility bills as per your mandate automatically. So you don't need to worry about you missing the due date of any payment of yours. Also, the National Payment Corporation of India added 64 more bank accounts to its digital payment systems, and as of 2021, it had 237 banks on all its digital payment platforms, which means that the users will now have a wider base to choose between the bank accounts they are going to wish to operate the digital payment transactions through. Lastly, I would like to say that COVID has developed the digital payment systems in India, but we still have a long way to go. This is just the beginning. And Rome wasn't built in a day either, but at least a process has begun. COVID highlighted the flaws and rigidity in cash transactions, which we Indians considered to be the king one day. Digital transactions are developed due to COVID, and this development has also resulted into a wider tax base available to us. And the next time when you go to your grocery shop owner and he tells you to buy 2 chocolates instead of 2 rupees because he doesn't have change, just say, "Uncle, GPay me. Thank you."
Do you think that the digital transaction can boost the revenue collection of the government? And if yes, how?
So basically, when we GPay to any of our shop owners or the local grocery shop, in their passbooks, on the credit side, the entries are revealed. So when we as articles, we are updating the bank statements, we write it as professional fees or fees from business or any such things, which generates higher tax revenue, which generates higher income to be offered to tax, basically. So which eventually generates higher tax revenue for the economy, and a higher tax revenue means the country has more disposable funds for the development of the country.
But many of those people do not file the tax returns. So how the government will cater to them?
Now this is a challenge here, but when, see, now there are many sections like 147, 148 in the Income Tax Act where your scrutiny opens for the non-disclosure of income. So even if such people don't file returns, and if they are scrutiny, if they are bound for complete scrutiny, the assessing officer is going to tax their income anyway, and he's in fact going to also levy a penalty. So if the shopkeepers are trying to escape, there's a saying that if you think that compliance is costly, then try non-compliance. So we just really tell this to such people who want to escape income tax. Because paying tax will actually lead to asset generation, not for yourself, but also for the country.
Okay, one last question. Somewhere in March, the RBI has banned Paytm for adding or onboarding the new customers. Any idea why?
No, sir, sorry, I'm not aware of this. I'm not aware of exactly the reason behind it.
You are aware that RBI has warned Paytm not to add new customers?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next presenter for the day is Ms. Urvashi Bed from Mumbai.
The capacity to learn is a gift. The ability to learn is a skill. But the willingness to learn is a choice. Mark these words for the upcoming future. Hello everyone, I'm Urvashi Bed, and my name and nature both go hand in hand. Here I am to discuss the various impact of online education and its pros and cons. Now, being a CA student, I have this habit of analyzing things from an all-round perspective, and I dare not miss out on the same here as well. So let's ask this question. what is online education? Certainly a question that needs no answer, but we can say that it refers to the study instructions that are conveyed and controlled using internet utilities. Regularly notwithstanding, teachers these days are using internet to share resources and assets outside the study hall. Online education is becoming immensely popular among the working professionals and students pursuing higher education. Distance learning has been around for a long period now, even before the technology made it easily accessible. Online education was truly a blessing in disguise during the COVID period. From then and there, it has always remained a constant matter of hot debates as to whether online education is good or not. What are the consequences? What are the impacts? So these people intentionally gave us a tricky topic such, so that even after the entire discussion is over, you are still stuck in this dilemma as to whether online education is meant for you or not. Because from learning at your own pace to completing those piled up bulky lectures at 2x, from convenience and flexibility to the messed up lifestyles and schedules, we have all gone through this. Both the sides are in this tug of war, and it's hard to guess who is going to win. But, my dear friends, here I am to be your savior, which you will definitely realize in the coming few minutes. Let's begin our discussion on a positive note. Let's discuss the various pros associated with online education. A very beautiful outcome of online education is the diversified range of courses it offers. You need not limit yourself to the local boundaries of your schools or colleges when you can just, bang the doors of the topmost institutes from all around the world and select the courses, explore and enjoy from the comfort of your homes. I, despite being a CA student, learned pottery, graffiti, sketching, calligraphy, all of that. How? Online education. Next up, flexibility and convenience. I mean, who in the heaven would not like to attend classes anytime, anywhere, that too maybe wearing pajamas? Online education is helping you to learn at your own pace, manage your work, studies, home all together, to save time by avoiding commutation, because Gen Z or the Alpha generation values control and autonomy over anything. Next up, broader networking opportunities. We all understand the importance of networking these days. Networking is a lot like fitness and nutrition. You know what to do, but the hard thing is making it a top priority. Online education enables smooth networking opportunities, that too with all necessary safety and privacy tools in place. Now, despite all this, there are many other advantages of online education. Let me give an example. Sir, ma'am, if you permit me, I would like to ask a small yes-no question to you. Will you ever stop learning in your life? No, of course no. Because we as a person keep on learning all through. But do you really see yourself waking up 5 a.m. in the morning, going to the classes 6:30, even at the age of 50, 60s, or maybe 70s? Of course not, right? But if I say you can still attend your classes, live the dreams, live your courses, do whatever you want to know how? Online education. Online education has been proving this fact over and over again, that age is just a number, because we as people believe that modern problems require modern solutions. Now, having discussed this all, what you see is my front profile. Beautiful, isn't it? But jokes apart, what you have seen till now is just the beautiful side of online education. Let's move to the other side of it. Let's discuss the various cons associated with online education. First and foremost, requires self-discipline. So when you're studying online, self-discipline becomes an issue. Because what happens is that you need to have a routine, complete assignments, notes, tests, revisions, whatnot. And all this kind of becomes challenging when your entire course is self-paced. Next, sense of isolation. Physical classroom provide plenty of opportunities to interact, from small chit-chats over coffee to the in-depth group discussions. All this helps in building long-lasting relationships and networks, which definitely is a shortcoming when it comes to online education. Next is prone to technical issues. Now, the newer generation or the newer students are more likely to be, tech savvy compared to the average students of 1990s. But the smaller dependencies over internet, connection, login creds, all of that do create some sort of room for technical error. Last but of course not the least, more screen time. This particularly is inescapable in 2022. However darn do we invest in the startling measures of energy before screen, advancements in internet have added to this issue. Extreme screen time can cause a lot of actual infirmities. For example, cerebral pain. Now, having discussed all this, the pros and cons, I have a question for all of you. I just need a show of hands. How many of you at this particular point are ready to give a green flag to online education? Please raise your hands. Okay, and how many are up for a red flag? A complete no. Okay, thank you so much. The upcoming slide is particularly for the people from the gray area. So here I've tried to provide a basic or a generic set of solution that you can use in order to get your dilemma solved as to where to go and what to do. First and foremost, time management. Don't become lazy bees because of the flexibility that online courses offer you. Try to prioritize your thoughts and action. Learn this art of time management. Next up, staying motivated. So this feeling of isolation can be very pinching and depressing at times. You need to push yourself for that one extra mile. Get into discussions, interact with people and stay motivated, or watch Sandeep Maheshwari's video. Do whatever, but stay motivated. Adapting to unfamiliar technology. Initially, I do agree that you might have to struggle a little bit because of this transformation from a non-tech environment to a tech-savvy environment, but believe me, gradually things will fall into places. Next up is the hybrid system. So if you're not completely okay with either of the two, what you can do is switch to a hybrid system. Hybrid system basically involves online and offline learning altogether. Lastly, self-discipline and stay honest to yourself. I believe this is the most important step of all. Never lie to yourself. You're the best person to know where you are and where you want to go. So all these steps you can use to solve your dilemma. I also believe that instead of discussing the various pros and cons of online education, we should rather discuss how we can, leverage online education to make our existing education system more conducive to learning. Remember one thing, if you're not willing to learn, no one in this world can help you. But if you're determined to learn, no one in this entire world can stop you. With this, I also remember one more advantage of online learning. So the next time you're chit-chatting with your boyfriends or girlfriends over your phone and your mom comes up, you can simply turn up to them and say, "It's chemistry, ma." Thank you so much. With this, I would like to conclude my presentation. Thank you.
So good afternoon, Urvashi.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
One major area that is employment.
Yes.
Okay, so with online education, what do you feel? Will it be under the pros or the cons?
Ma'am, I believe this is a very promising area. So the situation currently is a win-win situation only. If you talk about from an employment perspective, what I believe is online education will definitely mean technological advancements, which will altogether mean more employment, more opportunities. So this is basically a chain which will keep on going on. So I do not feel employment will in any way, hurdle this entire thing or cycle.
Okay, existing teachers, some of them are like they are losing their job, they don't have
Of
jobs?
course, I do believe that this is a major concern for us because these people are not that tech savvy as the younger generation is, but we can provide them vocations and training opportunities. I do understand that this will involve some sort of time, cost, and energy, all of that, but the current view should be from the long-term perspective instead of these short-term problems.
Okay, do you have any data to support this, that the employment percentage will increase or will be the same or will decrease?
As of my understanding, I can say that the employment is going to increase, not just this one particular sector, but the different sectors altogether. Because see, it will have a recurring repercussions over all the sectors that are connected to it. But if you talk about some factual data, I think my knowledge for that is inadequate at the moment.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
you.
you.
Urvashi.
Our next presenter is Mr. Akshat Kukreti from Ranchi.
So, today morning when I was doing my breakfast, I encountered one lady. She was talking something about D-Day, her D-Day. I walked to her and asked that what do you mean by D-Day? By the way, she is very beautiful though. Okay. So, I said that what do you mean by D-Day? I asked that what do you mean by D-Day? And she replied very politely, D-Day means a day in a person's life which is very important to us. So, then I figured out that today I'm going to represent here in Nationals and it's a D-Day for me also. So, on that particular D-Day, my train got delayed by 8 hours and I reached at my hotel at 5 a.m. I literally didn't get any time to prepare for my presentation, guys. And at that point of time, I came to a realization that how much energy is important for us, that 8 hours of late in train journey can make an impact in my presentation. A very good evening, everyone. My name is Akshat Kukreti, and my today's topic is how can India achieve self-sustainability for its energy requirement. So, India is the third largest consumer of energy. So, after listening to this fact, you must be like whether to be happy or to be sad. Let me show you the real picture. India is a very large importer when it comes to energy. India actually imports 12 lakh crores of energy every single year. I repeat, 12 lakh crores. I know you don't feel this figure. Let me make you feel this figure. It actually means 120000000000, guys. It also reminds me of my maths examination mark sheet. But jokes aside, it's because it's a very serious issue. And it's a reason for our unfavorable balance of payment. So, let us talk about something about non-renewable energy, crude oil. 85% of our crude oil prices is being imported from the countries like Russia, like USA, like Iran, like Iraq. And there is a very uncertainty in the price level of these crude oil because of geopolitical tensions. Sometimes Russia-Ukraine will happen, sometimes monopoly of OPEC country will take place, and sometimes something will happen. And you know, guys, these crude oil is also the reason of 27% of pollution level here in India. That doesn't sound that we are paying this chunk of money to these countries just to dig our own graveyard. So, what is the solution for that? Should we really ban import? No, guys. The solution for this is Atmanirbhar Bharat. We have to switch from non-renewable energy to renewable energy in a very indigenous manner. And we do have resources, we do have manpower, and we do have everything. Just we need is a good management. So, before moving further, I would like to say that this is Hulk, and he is very angry though. So, let's, for the sake of my today's presentation, let's say, for example, 1 gigawatt of energy is equal to 1 Hulk. Believe me, guys, you will have a better understanding of my presentation. So, India is targeting to produce 175 gigawatts of energy. And out of that 175 gigawatts of energy, 100 of gigawatts of energy has been produced through solar energy. That means out of 175 hulks, 100 hulks is being produced through solar energy, guys. And we all are doing our GMCS or our orientation programs, right? So, the government of India has also launched a scheme known as Surya Mitra Skill Development Program. In this program, people get employed and they are being trained so that they can set up solar panels in anyone's houses. They also helps in increasing the spreadness of awareness about the solar panels and solar energy, guys. And what we talk about hydrogen, is in very buzz right now. And the first name which came into our mind by saying hydrogen is Nitin Gadkari. So Nitin Gadkari is the man who is responsible for hydrogen here in India. He is a very great man, from the very starting he know that what hydrogen can do to us. Because of Nitin Gadkari, we are going to be the first exporter of green hydrogen in the upcoming years, and all the big business houses such as Reliance, Tata, and Ambani's are investing in green hydrogen. And believe me, guys, green hydrogen is going to be the future. Nuclear energy. And after saying nuclear energy, again the first thing which will came into our mind is nuclear bombs. That 10 grams of uranium can boom this whole Bhopal. But we actually don't have uranium. And I'm not going to talk about that. What we actually have is Kuber ka khazana. That is, we do have 25% of world's thorium reserve. By this much thorium, we can make electricity for hundreds of years. And the government of India is also targeting to produce 60 gigawatts of energy by the help of nuclear. That means 60 more hulks in India. So, at the time of independence, India do not have food to eat. But right now, the circumstances are different. India is a mass exporter of agriculture products such as corn, wheat, rice, sugar. And all these things are the reasons for ethanol blending. By this, we can make ethanol blending. What does ethanol blending means? And first of all, I would like to say that India is targeting to do 20% of ethanol blending. And now what ethanol blending is? In simple words, 1 liter of petrol will get replaced by 200 ml of ethanol and 800 ml of petrol. And the Kisan will not be the Annadata, but they will become the Urja Data for us. So at the very last, I would like to conclude that, first of all, when you have seen that Hulk was angry, but right now he is happy because he knows how a person can be self-reliant or how a country can be self-reliant. The same way, if we want to make India a happy place, we have to make India self-reliant. Thank you so very much. You have been a very great audience.
Good afternoon.
A very good afternoon.
So the country has recently announced about his, in terms of your language, when will be the D-Day of our country will come in terms of renewable energy?
Sir, according to the sources, matlab, it is not that, what we can say, it is not that much pakka ki India will, let me be very clear, 2050 is the year. 2050.
On what terms?
On the terms of renewable energy. The way that India is working like hell, obviously there are some sort of loopholes, but after some years, say for example in 2050, yes, I believe that India.
So now it is 2022. So do you think that there are some projections of 28 years afterwards?
Yes, sir, definitely. Say for example in Kutch, Gujarat, one around, I don't know the actual figure, but n crores of a project is being there in Gujarat, which is being placed of solar panels. It is particularly in the Tropic of Cancer region in Gujarat.
And India is the largest producer of ethanol, is it?
Sir, I'm not. Sir, actually, ethanol blending process will be completed in 2025. What actually the sources are till yet.
And will it be better than diesel or gasoline?
Yes, sir, definitely.
How?
Sir, ethanol will definitely emit less amount of pollution than oil or diesel. And secondly, it is more cheaper than oil or diesel because of ethanol, $4 billion of our import will get reduced.
Our next presenter is Mr. Shubham Pinge from Indore. So we have Ashmit Kaur Gill from Indore.
Is it audible? Yeah. Good afternoon to all the participants and judges. My name is Ashmit Kaur Gill and I'm here to present on the topic India Next Destination for E-Mobility Revolution. Now before starting, how many of you own or drive a e-vehicle? Car, scooter, something? Any of you own an electric vehicle? One hand coming up? I did not expect the numbers to be so less. Maybe the marketing campaigns have not been persuasive enough. It's fine. I can try it today. So if I, by the end of this presentation, am able to convince you to buy an electric vehicle, I would consider this presentation to be a success. Because I believe that it's people of a country that can support and drive a revolution. And this revolution is electric mobility revolution. Now, starting with electric mobility is a technology that uses electricity for transportation. It ensures efficient and quick vehicle system. Now, this phenomena has an upsurge globally. So if we look at the stats, countries like USA, China and other European countries are performing very well in this sector. But where is India? Why is India not in this race? To understand this, we need to first understand why India should be in this race. We all know that India is one of the most, it's having topmost automobile sector, ranking 5th in the world. Now, electric mobility offers this sector an opportunity to grow. This sector contributes 7.1% to the economy's GDP. So, this is an opportunity to emerge as a market leader. And not only emerge as a market leader, but also to reduce carbon emissions and pollutions, and to decrease oil import dependency. India is one of the largest importer of oil in the world. So India is currently here. These many electric vehicles are on road as on August 2022. And it has a vision to go over here. The 2030 vision was formulated by a government to increase sales penetration. 30% for private cars, 70% for commercial vehicles, 40% for buses, 80% for two-wheelers. Second goal was to reduce carbon emission by 33 to 35% below 2005 levels. And third was to cut crude oil consumption by 156 million tons. Now, to understand this roadmap and how effective it would be, I've done a kind of SWOT analysis, and I call it the ABC analysis. Accelerator, brake, and clutch. There is a metaphor. So starting with clutch, what geared up the transition speed in India for electric vehicles? Number one is the COVID pandemic. We all know that during COVID pandemic, all countries felt a need that we need to set up manufacturing entities in our own country and reduce imports from countries like China. India was no other and decided to establish manufacturing hub of electric vehicles in our own country. Secondly, people, due to risk of infection due to COVID-19, decided to switch from public transport to private transport. This increased the sale of electric vehicles in India. Second was competitive markets. Government scheme introduced many local players in the market, and thus the sales pushed up. And third was, of course, the government schemes and incentives. Now, talking about the government schemes, there are broadly in 4 categories. Number one being FAME, which is faster adoption and manufacturing of electric vehicles, that offers incentives to buyers of electric vehicles. Second is productivity-linked incentive for automobile and auto components. It has a 2,593 crores outlay and offers incentive to manufacturers of automobile components and automobile manufacturers. Now, second is NCC that offers incentives to producers of advanced chemistry cells. Now, talking about the brakes, what may be hurdle to the destination? It's very easy to know what is the hurdle to electric vehicle. Just think yourself, why are you not buying an electric vehicle today? Its cost is more than a traditional vehicle that we own. It takes more charging time. There's lack of EV charging infrastructure. And there's range anxiety that the battery won't last enough for you to reach the final destination. But India is working on these hurdles. It's increasing the charging infrastructure, working on manufacturing batteries in India, and whatnot. But isn't this something all countries are doing? What is that some differentiating factor that would make India the leader in automobile sector? So here I will talk about the accelerators, fueling the speed to final destination. Here I have talked about 3 major areas to cover, which I call the areas of untapped great potential. The first being 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler market. Now, the batteries we have now are not efficient enough to take the load of heavy vehicles. So, India can work on 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler market to capture a domestic market. because India's most population uses two-wheelers and three-wheelers. This would not only enable India to capture the domestic market, but also to capture international market. Countries that are in South Asian part also work on two-wheeler and three-wheeler models. This would in turn increase our exports. Second is the battery recycling capability. Now, all the countries are busy producing electric vehicles, producing batteries for these vehicles. But no one is thinking where the battery waste will go. Now, India can take a sustainable step towards future and design a system that will recycle these batteries, a system to treat the e-waste. And the third one being alternative battery solutions. Now, all the electric vehicles are based on lithium-ion batteries. And China is one of the biggest manufacturers of these batteries. Now, it would be a great waste of time and money to search for these reserves in our country. Rather than that, India should invest in researching for these alternatives. Alternatives like aluminium, zinc have come into play, and aluminium is one of the most promising metal over here because India is the fourth largest manufacturer of aluminium, and it also has shown results for holding energy density. If India works on these brakes, accelerators and clutches, it won't be a long way to India to become a leading manufacturer of electric vehicles. And as I said in the beginning, it's people that move a revolution. It's the youth that does it. So to conclude my presentation, are you convinced to buy an electric vehicle today? Because this would lead to a revolution in our country. This presents us an opportunity to become number one, unlike the other industrial revolutions that happened earlier. And to conclude this, the decision is yours if you want to help the country become number one in a sector that is already thriving a lot. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, I forgot about the questions.
Are you convinced that you will buy a electric vehicle?
Yes, ma'am, I am convinced. Earlier, my family was also not convinced about buying an electric vehicle because, you know, there is a problem, how we'll charge the battery, will it be efficient. But it's like solving the chicken egg problem. What will come first, the infrastructure or the vehicles? So I say let the vehicles come. India will itself develop charging infrastructure and batteries to meet our needs. So yes, I am convinced that the infrastructure will come and we should buy electric vehicles for more sustainable future.
Okay, and what will be the effect for the other manufacturers who are currently manufacturing the current vehicles, which is already in place?
Ma'am, it's not about, it's a long road. We cannot tell people tomorrow that switch to electric vehicles. As I said, I think electric vehicles should be introduced to two-wheelers and three-wheelers as of now because the battery doesn't take that much load. And for other people that produce internal combustion engine, ICE based on petrol, they can produce for heavy vehicles, you know, they're like trucks and other big load vehicles that we use for trains and all.
So will it not hit the manufacturing industry, the ones who are manufacturing the current vehicles?
It's an economy and someone has to compromise. So if I'm talking about my environment and what to do with manufacturing industries if my environment is getting polluted. It's like thinking in that way, like I have to think about future. And of course, one will get affected.
Okay, thank you.
Our last presenter of the day is Shubham Pinge from Indore.
Hello. Am I audible perfectly? It's because of the cuff that I have this voice. My voice is not this beautiful. May I start? So it's the year 2040. And there is a very interesting conversation happening with a person who belongs to India and a person who belongs to Britain. So the British guy looks over to the Indian guy and says, what? Like, we have given you so many things. We have given you good medical infrastructure. We have given you railways. We have taught you how to teach people. What have you as a nation given to us and the rest of the world? The Indian guy looks at him angrily and says, well, we gave you respect, which we obviously shouldn't have in the first place. We gave you the number 0 so that people like you can estimate your own IQs in your countries. And last but not the least, the bus that you are traveling in, sir, is made in India. The EV that you drive, sir, is made in India. The batteries that your EVs have were assembled in India. So, sir, basically what we have given you and the rest of the world is something that can never be returned back. And it's something which we call as electric mobility revolution. A very warm good afternoon to all of you. My name is Shubham Pinge and I am here to offer my thoughts on the topic, India, the next destination for electric mobility revolution. Now, let's start with the basics because I am here to make things simpler. Let's try to understand why people started switching to electric vehicles. So the very first reason that definitely comes to our mind is the ecological benefits associated with it. So what happens is that on an average, a typical passenger vehicle emits close to 4.5 metric tons of carbon dioxide. And what is happening is that the transport sector accounts to 21% of the total carbon dioxide emissions. Now with the EVs coming in, what is going to happen is that the overall carbon footprint as well as the overall carbon emission is going to reduce significantly so that it will benefit the future generations to come. Second, EVs are much more efficient, they are much more powerful and they are much smoother as compared to a normal vehicle. Now it is very important to note that EV converts 77%, the electric engine converts 77% of its energy to the wheels, whereas a normal vehicle converts only 20%. So when we see there is a gap of close to 3 times the efficiency than a normal vehicle, and obviously economical feasibility. It is very important to understand that since the prices of crude oil are slumping, what is happening is that the per kilometer cost that we currently incur for a petrol vehicle is close to ₹8. But any guesses about EVs? Any guesses? Per kilometer cost is just ₹1, right? So you are doing the same thing at just 1/8 of the cost, and that is exactly why people are switching to electric mobility. Now there is, I'm sure all of you must have traveled through airplanes, and there is this one thing that air hostess says before taking off, and it is आपातकालीन स्थिति में दूसरे की सहायता करने से पहले सुरक्षा कवच खुद पहने. So when we are sitting here talking about EV revolution, let's try to address the domestic problems and let's try to acknowledge the infrastructural problems that we have. Now let's try to understand what would a rational consumer would look for an EV. So he would obviously want his financing to be intact. Secondly, he would want the insurance premium of that product to be low. Thirdly, he would want that the charging infrastructure overall is good enough. And fourth, he would obviously want safety. Now let's discuss the problems that we as a country are facing in terms of EV infrastructure. Now, the very first problem is EV financing. Now what is happening is that when we are targeting a market like India, in which 85% of vehicles sold are financed, so we obviously need big lenders to come in and finance EV vehicles, right? But no, that's not what is happening. Lenders are not at all excited about EV financing primarily because it is very difficult to ascertain the residual cost of an electric vehicle because of its complexities, right? And that is one thing that we need to ensure if we really want to ramp up the process with EV, the lenders need to come in. And what is happening is that a lot of good bankers have started coming in, but there is a lot more scope that needs to be focused upon. And It needs to be considered as one of the most priority sectors. The second is charging infrastructure. Now, any idea about the total number of EVs currently being driven in India? Any idea? Close to 13.3 lakhs. Now, any idea about the total public charging stations in India? Just a close estimate. Ragwan? Hundreds? No, it's 1,600. 1,600 charging stations and 13.34 lakh EVs. So it becomes so important to bridge the gap, because what is happening is that EV stations provide a cushion for people in cases of emergencies, and it also speeds up the process of overall charging. And I think this problem needs to be solved with utmost precaution. Third, obviously EV insurance. Now let's say there is a car in which there are two variants, a petrol variant and an electric variant. Now the insurance premium of the electric variant would be close to 2x of what is the premium of a car which is a petrol variant. Right? And that is the difference. And it becomes a major turnoff for consumers in Indian markets, because you would obviously go for petrol vehicle because the overall cost of acquisition is less. Insurance premiums that you have to pay is also less. So I think in this segment, IRDAI along with other major stakeholders should come up with an insurance product for EVs which are more appealing to the consumers. Now just imagine a situation, you just bought a new EV and you take a friend for a ride, and then when you come back, the friend says, oh my God, he's very impressed with the EV technology. He gets out of the car, you also get out of the car, and he says, oh man, this EV is on fire, man. I'm like, oh, thank you. And then he says, no, it is actually on fire. And this is actually happening all over country. Now let's try to, this is something which makes customers in India very conscious about their own safety and security. And this is happening. Let's try to understand why this happened. So what happens is that an electric vehicle works on a lithium-ion battery. Now what happens is that lithium-ion batteries are not suitable for high, extremely high, or extremely cold temperature conditions. And because they're imported from countries like China and Taiwan, they're not further modified according to our Indian temperamental conditions. And this is exactly what happens. And because of extremely hot and extremely humid temperatures, the performance as well as the safety of this EV is something which is at risk. So therefore, what India needs to do is to ensure that there is at least some modification, if not full, so that we ensure that there is safety, at least in terms of EVs. Now, since we have talked about what the problems that we are facing as a country, let's finally talk about the global revolution. After solving all the problems domestically, I think India would be the face of revolution of how a domestic EV industry has changed. Now let's talk about global EV revolution. So now, as per me, there are three things needed for a global EV revolution. The first is import substitution. The second, okay, let's forget about the second, let's talk about the first one, import substitution. So let's try to understand why are EVs so costly. You know, about 50% of the cost of EV is the cost of its battery. So let's say an EV costs 1 lakh rupees, the battery costs 50,000 rupees, and it's primarily because it is imported from countries, especially like China, Taiwan, and Korea. Now the problem with this is that since we are so much dependent on the imports, the resources of lithium are actually being reduced. And the prices of lithium batteries are actually shooting up. So what is going to happen is that the cost of EVs are actually going to go even higher. Right? And the front at which the India has always played globally, which is quality and affordability, the quality part would be at par, but the affordability wouldn't be. So what we need to understand is that in-house manufacturing of components become extremely important, and there have been a lot of initiatives taken by the government, including production-linked incentives close to about 18,000 crores of rupees. And it is important to note, in the last year, about lithium batteries close to rupees 7,200 crores were imported. Now, the second thing that we need to understand is that outrightly saying I as a country will manufacture lithium batteries is something which is absolutely insane, right? Because it takes a lot of infrastructure, it is going to take a lot of time. But what we can do is play our strengths. Now we obviously cannot start manufacturing EV batteries right away, but what we can give is low cost of assembly. So what India can do is that the cost of assembly in India is so low that if batteries are assembled in India, the overall cost of batteries would go low. So the original plan and the short-term plan should be to reduce the cost of assembly so much so as to make the other nation say that India is our most preferred destination in terms of assembly. Now the second strength that we have as a nation is software, which is very evident. Now what happens is that when electric vehicles are being run on lithium-ion batteries, obviously there are changes in temperatures, right? So there is this battery management system which comes in, which controls the voltage, which controls the current, and is completely programmed. So I think India has a huge potential to become a world leader in battery management systems. Now, last but not least, structured export planning. Now to understand about, of the total vehicle exports, about 80% of the total automobile exports were two-wheelers. So we already have a market which is untapped in terms of EV. So we can target that market and in the longer run roll out four-wheeler EVs so as to brand India as one of the biggest EV hubs. I know this is going to take a lot of time, but it's a revolution and it takes time, but once it happens, the victory resounds. Thank you so much. I hope I added some value in your lives.
Good afternoon, Shubham.
Good afternoon, sir.
So why India is embracing towards electric mobility revolutions? Why there is so much urgency, still the infrastructure is not present?
Sir, I think there are multiple reasons to it. Since India is one of the most populous countries, I guess, so I guess it's one of the most populous countries. So the thing is that people who are preferring modes of travel are also much more, and public transport only works in the metro the metro regions of India. So the use of mobility is something which is taken very personally by people, and the thing is that if the correct actions are not taken as of now, the overall emission of carbon dioxide is actually going to tank up, and it will be difficult to live in a country like India. And also, India is, 30 cities in India are some of the most polluted cities in the world. So we need to also make sure that, even when we are prospering as a nation, but there is a lot of pollution around us, it will not benefit the future generations. What will be the actual use of money if they don't have the air to breathe? So I think India has taken it very seriously, and I think it was something which was needed to be done.
The person who wants to buy electric vehicle, he's not worried with emission of CO2.
Yeah.
He's worried that if he takes his electric vehicle to outside the street or somewhere else, so he has to run somewhere around 800 kilometers.
Right. Right.
And the only worry is that where will I will charge that vehicle?
Yeah, that's a good question, sir, and even I research a lot about it. So what happens is that in the cases of two-wheelers, what the manufacturers ask you is, they give you chargers and they ask you to charge at homes. But that is not possible for people even like me who are living in residential apartments. We do not have that infrastructure. So the point that is brought forth by you is very correct, that there is a lot of action that needs to be taken by the government and other agencies through public and private investments so that we could increase the charging infrastructure. And excuse me. Yeah. Exactly. So even my point was that recently I went to a petrol pump to get my tank filled, and I saw that even petrol pumps are now adapting themselves to the electric technology, because the petrol pumps are almost everywhere in the world. So if we actually try, petrol pumps can be a great asset for us to ensure EV mobility and a smoother EV mobility as such, because petrol pumps are present everywhere, even in highways, at the center of the cities, even at the outskirts. So even if there's one charging station per petrol pump, it is going to solve at least some of our problems, and definitely we need to ramp up the case of charging.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I request all of you to give a huge round of applause to all our presenters today. Till the time the scores are being finalized by our judges, and also we are keen to know about the winners of this National Talent Search 2022 Best Presenter PPT. Before that, I bid a warm thanks to all the judges for dedicating their precious time. I also thank all the participants for such wonderful presentations. And lastly, I thank our audience for joining us and making this event a memorable one. I request everyone to please gather in Lotus Hall downstairs for the announcement of winners' names and prize distribution. Thank you so much.